Good evening. Hello, Azure. Welcome, Fakrid. Rich Cobra Man. Smear, you're going to be disappointed, I think. Okay, that you will also be disappointed in too. Okay, it's fixed. Um, there's probably not going to be any surprise jump scares because it's a board game. So, and also with the way this works, we are going to be the monsters. So, you won't get any screams out of me this time. Hello, Brock. Welcome, Sleuth Monkey. Ah! Okay, that doesn't count. That's not a scream. That's a surprise yelp. Hello, last of the Jamesians. Last of the Jamesians. Okay, I got that down now. To kill bugs too? I guess you have a problem there. Any game has jump scares if you're sleep deprived enough? Board games really don't, though. Hello, Microfruit. Welcome, Asgard. Mm-hmm. Oh, Tekken. Always on. Yeah. Okay, so about that, until something bounced back, this is actually a game where we're gonna be playing solo, but the standard mode is multiplayer, and every player is going to be a monster that bumps in the night. So we are trying to earn the most points, and that does involve bumping back. In a way, fucking up other people's plans. Deep Rock Galactic? Is that the one where everyone's like, rock and stone, brother? Because that might be the only thing I know about it. Like, that would happen sometimes, like, hey, someone can't make it to D&D tonight, and then someone is like, hey, rock and stone, and it's kind of a, you know it, brother. Okay. That's really all I know. That's literally all I know! I don't know anything else about the game. I'm probably spooked. Well, I'm not spooked enough. I did sleep today. So I guess it hasn't been like 24 hours since the last time I shrieked in horror. I was watching a streamer last night play. I was watching Rod play We Harvest Shadows, and I screamed. I screamed. Just watching someone else play it. If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. What is Molly? I know Molly is in the drug. Molly is character from it? Okay. Let me move over to the game. And also, actually, there's something else too, but it's just like a minor thing. Okay, great. I did actually bring up the game. Also, I'm going to change the audio. Because this is not really, the appropriate music for this situation. I also have to find a soundtrack for this. And it's kind of a spooky. How spooky? Halloween Spooky Music Orchestra. Oh, wait, that's an artist. There's Spooky Banjo Time as a playlist. Man. Horror sounds for Halloween. Spooky Groove. Spooky Coffee Shop? What the? Wait, it's an album. Okay. Eerie Spooky Mix. We will try Spooky Banjo Time. What could go wrong with Spooky Banjo Time? Oh, Spooky Banjo Time is... Okay, it's a playlist. What's in here? What is in this queue for this Spooky Banjo Time? Okay, it's really low for you guys. Oh, because I have it really low. Okay. It's probably still low, but that might not be such a bad idea. I have one more thing, and that is going to be, I'm going to get popcorn for this. Where is my popcorn? Here we go, popcorn. Nope. I have to be very careful about this. There we go, we started got popcorn. I can fix it a little bit. It's gonna be a very oversized blanket. There we go. Very oversized blanket. You guys are gonna be mad at me. I'm opening the pumpkin spice popcorn. With organic coconut oil and Himalayan pink sea salt. Pink salt. Himalayan pink salt, not Himalayan pink sea salt. I swear I can smell this popcorn outside of the bag. It smells like coconut. The overwhelming smell of this popcorn is coconut. It's not like pumpkin spice, it's coconut. So most of these are like white kernels, and occasionally there's one that has a lot of yellow on it. Let's see what's the yellow one's about. Is that like where all the spice is? Okay. Yeah, the yellow ones are where all the spice is like located. It's like a little caramel popcorn, but not exactly. I guess it's like a very lightly caramel flavor compared to like actual caramel popcorn. Thank you for the water. Is that to try and like cleanse the palate? Yeah, overwhelmingly coconut. Very little pumpkin spice, honestly. I'm a little disappointed. This is not advertised as coconut. I mean, like, they do have the with organic coconut oil below the pumpkin spice, but like, it's got pictures of pumpkins on it and like a picture of a, I don't know, bald fat guy on it that's probably supposed to evoke like Buddha, but not really because he's also wearing like a plaid button-up. It's not salty though at all. It is really, it's a sweet-ish popcorn, but it's not like super sweet, but it's also not salty. It's lesser evil, simple acts, clean snacks. And it's vegan and gluten-free and blah 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 because it's fucking popcorn. And it has like nothing on it, really, it feels like. They didn't do a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, the bald guy on the cover in the plaid button-up, his name is Homer and he's a guru. Homer like Homer Simpson, but also like Homer the author, I suppose. Like, the occasional yellow popcorns are nice, but if they could have spread that flavor out a bit more, and not on the, like, once in a dozen, or once in, like, a dozen and a half or 2 dozen kernels, that would be good. So, not great pumpkin spice popcorn. Not because the flavor isn't good, just because there's not enough flavor on most of them. I was looking at the very, very bottom of the bag has a section where it's got, like, some ingredients on this bag include, and they have pictures of what the items are. And the first one I couldn't tell what it was for a second. It looked kind of like a egg cracked in a weird spot. Like a weirdly misshapen egg. Also, because it's on the very bottom of the bag. So it's warped around the, like, heaviness of the popcorn. But it takes a second for me to recognize. Oh, it's a popcorn kernel. That's a corn. They took a single kernel. Not like the entire corn cob. I should have expected that. There's a coconut in half. There's what I can only assume is meant to be like a spice mix symbol, because It's like a bowl with a whisk on the side, like a matcha sort of whisk. It looks like it would be a matcha cup setup, except it's orange for the powder on the side and orange in the cup. And then there's a salt shaker. Hi, Praise. Doing good. I'm trying out popcorn. Pumpkin spice popcorn is a letdown. Okay, maybe it's getting a little more pumpkin spicy now. It's getting... It might be the case where they don't want to overwhelm you with flavor. And you have to eat like a lot of it to really get a lot of the flavor of it. I had that problem with some other snacky type things where the flavor feels really light in the beginning. Then there are some other ones that I've had, like more locally done chips in this case, where the flavor is like it really punches you in the face. So you can't actually eat a lot of it because the flavor would get really overwhelming, but that's also fine too. It was like a rosemary chip. Rosemary and cheese, I think, of some sort. It is not popping up as far as I'm aware. It's a shame that it's a local thing. It's not even local to me. I can't buy it because I can't go back. I could go back there, but there's no real reason for me to. Aside from not the popcorn, the chips. I guess maybe cheese too. Okay. Rosemary. I used to grow rosemary, and my mother used to grow rosemary too, but the cold tends to kill off, but less so nowadays because it doesn't get as cold. But it's also, there's a particular breed of rosemary. Like, no, maybe I shouldn't say breed. Strain of rosemary. There's a particular strain of rosemary that has a stiff enough woody stem that you could actually use it as like a skewer. So imbibing or like imparting rosemary flavor on the inside of your I guess like beef kebabs or whatever. Yeah, it's just I don't think it was very cold hardy. So it didn't last super long. It is not Clue. I do have Clue in my library now. SNES library. But this is not Clue. A little too ominous to commit to. No, it's not like that. Okay, you guys can jump to the like, oh no, she killed someone there, and I'm telling you, I haven't killed anyone. People may have died, but I didn't kill them. I feel like it was just like a barbecue rosemary or something. That may have actually been the name. Hold on. Yeah, it may have actually just been like called barbecue rosemary. Hello! Hello, Kyan. Thank you for the water. God. I would check the place that I got it from. Except that was a place that sold, like, it was a place... Every year, this place has a sale of plants to, like, fundraise this group. So I would show up and buy whatever plants. And they don't sell them online or anything like that. And it's been a good couple of years since I've actually been back because of COVID. So, like, just my memory, like, barbecue rosemary would probably be it. And it does look like it is. Okay. So, did I remember about the thing in not in chat? Where is it here? So how will this work? No, that's not the right word. What I need to do is this. God damn it! I forgot to turn off the Wingspan one. Okay. I need to make a slight adjustment. We're not playing Wingspan today, although they are having a special in-game special. Let me check. I forgot to turn off the wingspan message. We're gonna save. Okay. This game's on Kickstarter if you're interested. And the Kickstarter has a link to the Tabletop Simulator that I'm playing right now, which is available direct from the publishers to try out. We're gonna be playing the solo version. Maybe I should read the rules first instead of like showcasing all these interesting monsters. About the concept here. On Halloween night, 1986, the old rundown cinema opened its doors one last time, inviting guests to participate in an all-night festival of film horror. No one really knows what happened that night, but they say that the monsters found their way out of the screen and into the theater, bringing terror to life. In Spooktacular, players become one of 20 uniquely original movie monsters and escape the screen to terrorize the theater. Earn points as you spook and devour guests, clash with other monsters, and bring your movie to life. When the final credits roll, only the most terrifying monster will emerge victorious. Again, like, I know of at least one other horror-themed game where you play the monster, at least one more. And then there's other ones that are on the other side, like there's Last Girl or something like that? No, maybe not Last Girl, but it might be the case. Which is explicitly like a solo game where you play the survivor, basically, against a monster, and like each monster is a different pack, basically, that you buy. The monster and the survivors. So is it one person playing the monster and everyone else playing a survivor? Because that's also not uncommon, I feel like. And there's other ones that are... I'm trying to remember. There's an Aliens from Outer Space one, where it's kind of a hidden role game where some of the people are monsters. Some of the people are aliens on the spaceship. And also people can be converted, I believe, depending on the scenario. Miniature? But yeah, this one you're playing the monsters. And the guests are just meeples. The color does matter, though. So all the components that come with it. Prim foes, light dim rose. Hello, Boniface. Is that anything? I feel like there's not a huge... Okay, I guess maybe there is probably actually a lot of things that would rhyme with primrose, because you just have to find something that rhymes with rose, right? How hard can it be to rhyme rose? There are a lot of things in here that are particular to certain monsters. So, there are monsters that each have their own difficulty. Easy, intermediate, advanced. This is also going to be probably a little bit like the playthroughs of... what was I doing? Horrified, I think. I think last fall I was doing Horrified, or was it it may have been the year before that I did Horrified. Well, I haven't been back to Horrified in a long time. I might go back for a bit and try out some of the other ones if I can find them. I'm wondering about this banjo mix too now. Top part of the setup tells you your unique setup steps during setup. Bottom part shows any additional components. Okay, so we don't really need to worry about... Okay, like setup is setup, turn steps, how we do our turns, unique abilities is 4. Okay, then we have the theater itself. Every box is a room. Doors are marked in red here. Whether or not they're... Okay, they're also marked in red here, very clearly. I read goose in there instead of goes for a second. You pause at toes, huh? Huh. Man, all I can think of now is for Halloween to pull like an Ollie sort of look. Late prim toes. Just a cut off foot. Okay. Then we have a score tracker on the board. Not abnormal. I do wonder if some of these are just for style. Like the 10 over here and the 50. Those are the only ones that actually have anything interesting on them. I'm assuming 50 is like, hey, you're doing really well. Gonna have a popcorn bit. Boom. Each player picks a monster board. They get a set of basic action cards, any unique action cards their monster has, any additional components noted at the bottom of the setup section. Shuffle your basic and unique cards to make a deck. Also, this is actually a really short rulebook from what I've heard. Just 8 pages, and the 8th page is solo and credits. Okay. Place the map board, lock rooms, depending on player count. Name your favorite horror movie. The player who names the best movie is the first player. I think this is interesting way of doing it, but at the same time, like, damn, you might start fights there with like, what's the best horror movie? What is the best horror movie? Especially for someone who may not really be into horror movies, but still like the horror genre in general. And like, is Jaws actually horror? It's a thing. I've never seen The Thing. I don't know if I could ever see The Thing. There's no jump scares. Just because there's no jump scares, man. Alien? I have seen Alien. Yeah, like, okay, here, I guess that's where it goes, because it's kind of the first thing that would come to mind is Bram Stoker's Dracula. And it's kind of okay, yeah, I would concede to Alien. Might keep from up, yeah. So I did watch some... Frick. What is that analog horror series? The one you were watching last night? It was... Not Local 58, the other one. I was not able to get through... The other big analog horror series. What about the campsite, basically? Analog horror. Internet says it's not Blair Witch. It's Gemini Home Entertainment. The Strangers. I guess so. Yeah, Gemini Home Entertainment. I've never been able to finish it really properly because I get like I tap out. And I occasionally like flip back and like, oh, is this? Nope, I should not be watching this. It's not a jump scare, but damn. Damn. Like the red thready thing in the dark, and it's just like panning over it and stuff, and like the head creaking to the side and the jaw opening and turning the lights on, thank you. In order, I tend to tap out at Christmas. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I tried, but at the same time... I actually saw it for the first time, like, a year or two ago. I didn't even know it was a thing until I was watching... There's a VTuber called Cliff Off. He's a Mothman. And he was doing a watch-along, I think, with Auxilia Genome. Like, showing it to Genome about analog horror, Gemini Home Entertainment. And I don't know how far they made it in, but I also tapped out there. Like, I thought, like, it'll be easier to watch it with people who are obviously not scared. Mothia? You think so? The thing is, like, he's a Mothman, not like a moth, if that makes sense. Slacks? What is slacks? I wonder if they have a Mothman type thing in here, but probably not, considering these are all, like, movie theater based. Or, like, movie based, rather. I know there was a Mothman movie, but it may not be, like, not idealized, but, like, it may not be a big enough property for them. Killer Pants. For a second, I thought you misspelled that, and, like, yeah, okay, we did watch the other one, Little Shop of Horrors, so, like, Killer Plants again would be fine, and then realizing, wait, no, it's a pun. It's slacks. Of course. It would be about Killer Pants. It was about the goings-on in the town, right? The human drama combined with, you know, the Mothman showing up occasionally to do whatever, I guess. The Mothman was the backdrop, maybe. I read this plot summary for Mothman when it came out, but I've forgotten like 99% of it. I went through a period where it was actually, how to put it? Bring the blinds down at night, because what if you are looking out the window and you see those red lights? And you're not on the first floor either. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Okay. So we don't need to worry about the score tracker thing either, exactly because we're going to be single player. Keep a sword named Brittany. Is that a reference to something? Color out of space and nuke the town? If you have the power to do so. So we have pilot tickets, 2 tickets per player in the game. So that might, again is going to be different since we're soloing. Put all guests in the bag. Put a number of guests into each room equal to the number of doors minus 1. We can at least start doing some of this. So there's a pile. Actually, we can't because the rules are going to be different for solo. So we do monster setup. Refer to the UA. And here's an example of what it might look like when it's all set up. Naga no Naginata. All I can think of is like, I wonder if swords are probably not. Probably not like not a good functional sword is probably not legal. And also I don't know if I would want to keep that under a pillow because I toss and turn in my sleep and I would end up haircutting myself, I'm sure. And I can't do it. I can't have nice things to some extent because like, man, I could put it here and like, wait, no, a cat. A cat would absolutely ruin it. On like multiple levels. Hanging above the bed, cat will put it. No! Wait, no, actually it would need to be like pinned in or something like that because of one of my cats. Guns under pillows! Now that feels even worse. Treat every gun as if it's loaded. No, also, no. God. Padded staff things? No, I'm not getting a boffer weapon. God, no, we're not doing that. I refuse to have a boffer weapon. Everything smells like coconut now. So, series of rounds, players take turns. Pass turn to the player to the left. So you have to either reach 50 or more points or all tickets are taken. There's only like 4 tickets though in this case. Grapple with the issue. Man, yeah, I will absolutely subdue whatever monster is coming out through my non-first floor window by grappling them. Owning swords is 100% legal in the US. Carrying one is another matter. I think that might also be a case of like, well, actually, yeah, that actually probably is. Thinking about, I had a friend who got in trouble because he was carrying a knife that was too big in the state he was in, but it was not like his primary state. It was a state he spent a lot of time in, but it wasn't his primary. And like legal potentially in one, but not in the other. Or more specifically, even like it may not have been legal in the particular subsection of the state he was in. Sword laws, knife laws are crazy. But it also kind of makes sense for like that particular area. Like, yeah, you probably don't want to be like, you do want to be carrying like, I don't know, a 3 or 4 inch blade, but at the same time, like, do you really want to be carrying that? Yeah, that was not going to be happening in any of those cases though. I want to say, well, I wonder. Let me see. Let me see. What are the laws regarding this? I'm looking at the rules and it's kind of a... Damn, okay, so in New York City, there are limitations as to like how you can buy and also how you can carry firearms. So it's kind of a case of it would probably be way the fuck worse to be caught with one of those without a permit in New York City than it would be to have a illegally sized knife. Thermonuclear device. Just gonna carry. I mean, then you're just carrying like a really big briefcase, right? New York City icky. Different strokes for different folks. The only winner in a knife fight is your health insurance. They win all the fucking time. Okay, play a card. Effect on the card, then discard it. I've never seen Terminator. I've never ever actually seen Terminator. Yeah, that is very fair. The person, the friend mostly had a knife for like not for like what's the word? Not for like self-preservation reasons or anything like that. More so for like, I think that they did a lot of stuff with like packaging and things. So like having a knife on hand to be able to open stuff was useful. Like more utility knife style kind of stuff than anything else. Why would I enjoy Terminator? Why would I enjoy Terminator? Okay, so cards feel pretty, I want to say standard, but like a card's a card. Read card, do the thing on the card. So, player turns, they follow steps listed on their monster board. Playing cards, adding guests, moving, spooking, devouring, interacting with your monster's unique abilities are common things you might do on a turn. RTC, ETC? What is that? When effect tells you add guests, take guests randomly from the guest bag and add them to the room that your monster is in. Then you move. Reading the card explains the card. Ah, I've not heard that before. But I mean, like, yeah, it's, yeah. Moving lets you move your monster or other components like guests from one room to another by moving to a connected room through a door. Sometimes it will specify a certain type of piece. If not specified, move your own monster. If it doesn't specify a target, it means you. Then we have 50 points or no more tickets, end of the game. But it seems like the end of the game... I've played approximately a quarter of a game of Magic. I've never heard of reading the card explains the card. I haven't played too many, collectible card games. I have literally never played Yu-Gi-Oh! The closest thing I've gotten to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Rift Runners. Rift Runners is the closest I've gotten to Yu-Gi-Oh! That's true too. VTubers can't read. Yeah, they just actually announced their second publishing, like their second season, so to speak. Their next set of people. Like they've been announcing them slowly over the course of the past couple months, I think. But they put out like, hey, we're planning on having it up and ready and like published and ready to ship out by this certain date. And they had a little commercial for it too. It's like Wave something or other. Let me say what it was. Twitter, riftrunner.com. Yeah, finish your Oshi push stuff. If you're backing Oshi push, do your stuff for your pledge manager. So the Rift Runners, the newest set, is going to be called Shimmering Waves. It has some people you might recognize on there. If you guys know, let me see, who do I know? Joruna, Kari Chari is going to be in there. Lily Hops, Cubalt, Corey, like Kingpin Corey. Sasha's in there. Purity Valentine's in there. But she was already in there, so was Corey. Margot. Horatius the Dwarf. Bakamitai. I think that's about it for people I know. The very first thing that comes to mind, Ghoul, is Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think that's what you were meaning to go for. Yeah, it's literally Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, okay. Literally. That's what it means to me. I see that as kind of a... Okay. Challenge is not the right word, but... I think it would be very hard. I actually didn't pick that, you know? I did not pick that as my answer. I know that was a very common thing, but I was kind of done with it. I was done with it at that time. But I could totally see how it's the canon move. Also, I was playing like White Mage against him, so it's kind of a... I'm not really here for that, man. I'm a healer, but... That doesn't really happen very well with White Mage. Especially, like, solo. So that means you're going to be heading into Tuliolial soon. I'm still not very good at pronouncing that. I can't quite get the huh. Especially not when I'm eating popcorn. Especially with... I've seen a couple other people choose that answer, and, like, the face that your character makes. It's the not exactly the evil smirk, but like it could kind of go in that direction. So spooking is one of your main ways to score points. When you spook your room, for each door, move a guest out of that door into the connected room. Then count how many guests moved through doors and score 1 point for each guest moved. Devour. Another way to gain points. When you devour a guest in your room, set it to the side of your board in your devour pile. Unless otherwise stated, effects that devour only devour in the room you are in. If you have a guest of each color in your devour pile, return them to the bag and get a ticket. Keep it face down, nobody may look at it until the game ends. If you would need to gain a ticket and cannot, gain 5 points instead. After turning in a set of devoured guests, add 3 guests to the room with the least figures. If there's a tie, you choose. Unique abilities. I want to say we'll worry about that when we get to it. Like, those are abilities. We'll deal with the fact as well when we need to. Golden rules. If a card or other game effect instructs you to do something, do as much as possible. For example, if an effect said devour 3 times, move, and your room only had 2 guests, you would devour those 2 and then move. Effects that say you can't take precedence over effects that say you can. I like how they define a figure. Because that's actually quite important in some games. Like the difference between a figure and a token and things like that. Somewhere I have saved like a Venn diagram of the root objects, I should say. Objects for root, the game. Like defining what the different types of things are and what they have in common and what they don't have in common. And how they are affected by, because that affects how they're affected by rules. I should not use the same word in the definition. I should not say like, it affects the effect as affecting. It's kind of a, this isn't D&D. I heard recently from someone in my group who has the newest D&D book. The rules are not very well written this round. Like, the definition for something uses the word that it's supposed to be defining. It's kind of, that's not how you're supposed to write definitions. Among other issues. It feels bad that, like, they can't... How to put this? Does it feel bad to them to, like, reuse things that they've already made if they're in a different edition? Like, because someone else wrote it and they don't want to have to, like, pay the person out again to use their own content? Or to use that content, I should say. Because, like, if something is a good enough definition, why can't you use it? There's only so many ways to rewrite something. It's really hard to do with A and B. But for a word like target, I feel like you should be able to write what a target is without using the word target. Articles are weird. Every language has their oddities. English is just rifled through enough pockets to collect a lot of them. Okay. So we're going to be challenging an automated Killtron with a modified set of rules. So what we have to worry about is end of setup and some gameplay stuff. It is, okay, it's really funny. Sorry for this. They have, like, credits in order of appearance. These are all pretty standard. Then you have the graphic design section with, like, 3D board design, punchy images, and then you have, like, opaque color dolly, and it's kind of a... and light and shadow grip. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. So all the ones that have a D or W in their names are fictitious. So Color Dolly and Font Master and Light and Shadow Grip. Wait, hold on. Opacity Wrangler too? Wait. These are all made up. Looking at this, every one of them has a W or a D, and then they're all fucking made up. Davey, what are you? Damn. Okay, he got me. He got me. First, I was thinking like, oh, it's only the font master, because like all these names in here are not your typical kind of names for a graphic designer. They're like fanciful ways of putting it, and like, why would you need someone who's literally only doing like fonts? It's still possible, but unlikely. And like opacity, that's obviously like unusual just for graphic design. Just to focus on that one thing. But it's a cute way of putting it together. Not a circular definition. I suppose not. Should see articles in German, 4 genders, 4 cases, 6 definite articles across those combinations. All I can think of is like, what the hell is a case? I feel like I should know what this is. Is it something that isn't commonly come across in English, or just doesn't exist in English, like the concept of a case? Iron Giant. He's not exactly an Iron Giant. You wouldn't describe the Iron Giant as a Kiltron, would you? Would you? Okay. Realize there's something else I want to do here. Okay. So Kiltron always takes the first turn. We might try with easy first to see how it plays out. Oh, okay. Thank you for the water, Brock. Oh, and the stretch. He has that mode. He's very talented. You don't have to put that on him, though. Nominative, accusative, genitive. Okay. Declension. Modern English. These are words that I've heard before, but it's kind of a, you know what? I've been too out of that entire loop to know. And I also feel like I never made it far enough another language for that to really matter, except for maybe hearing about it in Irish and being like, yo, fuck this, I'm out. But part of that is also because I remember like learning Irish, it was some of the places or like some of the really old books, they teach in such a way that it's actually hard to get something usable out of it initially. If that makes sense. For a long time, this is something that I heard relatives complaining about. It was more so taught so that you would be able to like read poetry and stuff, but you wouldn't necessarily know how to like speak it in daily life. Changing the word to fit the situation? Ah, okay. So, conjugation. My first example for that would be, so in Japanese, there's ways that you adjust words to imply like more familiar, like more casualness and stuff like that. Or like certain types of like more punchy, I guess. And I'm not talking about like completely changing the word, but just like a little bit, like oh god. If I opened up my book, I'd be able to tell. There's some very basic Japanese, and all I can think of is like, Sama. No, it's not exactly. Wait, no way. Not like Sama becoming Chama. No, I'm thinking like more basic than that. Because we never got to the sort of point like who would be using that? Who would be using that in a classroom? Though it was kind of odd because there were two senseis in that class, because one was the actual teacher and the other one was a teacher taking the class. Hachama-chama? No, it was something to do with like changing changing des. Depending on if you wanted to be punchier or not. Like, adding an N before it a bit. Nerds? It's not... Okay, yeah, it is kind of nerdy. The nominative give the genitive dative to the accusative. Ow. Okay. Thank you for the 100 bits. Janai versus dearimasu? Wait. Well, is that really like a thing? I mean, like, yes, it's a thing. It's just more so, wait, do you mean... Yeah, no, I'm thinking of something a little different than that. Because, like, yeah. Man, I want to look at my book now, but I don't have it. It's in the library. Among the closer to a civilized language? German? Really? This particular game? This game is, like, literally not published yet. It's got a Kickstarter going on right now. Like, they've worked it. It's got enough to have it's, like, really well fleshed out, and it's ready for publishing. But they're doing Kickstarter for whatever reason. To get the upfront, like, payment to, like, publish it physically. And they don't really have a whole lot of, like, extra kicks. They're not doing the whole, like, bleeding Kickstarters dry for, like, extra bits and bobs. There's no, like, as far as I'm aware, there's no, like, upgrades for, like, hey, yeah, if you go for this tier, you'll get, like, 3D printed blah blah of the monsters, or, like, we're gonna upgrade from, like, paper chits to, like, metal chits or whatever. They're not doing any of that as far as I'm aware. It's game. They're not, actually, they weren't doing so hot in the advertising for some reason. Hello, Hayden. It took them a little bit to, like, actually get funded. Which is kind of a little weird because they are a, well, not like well-known board game company, but they are like an established board game company. Level 99. They're just not normally known for doing games quite like this. But you're not welcome here. How do they get around? Actually, you know what? That's how. Nacho cheese on chip? Did you know that when you nacho cheese on nacho, taste chip nacho cheese on you? This is because nacho cheese on taste chip on nacho cheese is a reference to taste chip on your cheese. At first it's kind of like, wait, bot? No. It's kind of a, wait, is this a really weird nacho cheese joke? What do they call it? Why do they call Why do they call it oven when you off in the cold food? Out. Fuck. It's not a tongue twister. Oh god. Why do they call it oven when you off in the cold food of out hot eat the food? Why do we call it an oven when we oven the cold food? Out eat the hot out. Bleh! It's the same thing twice, isn't it? Except one has a comma in it. Damn. Why do we call it an oven when we oven the cold food? Out hot eat the food. At least it really isn't a tongue twister. Did you know? Did you know that when you did that pizza on cheese sprinkled cheese pizza you did? Because Joy Cheesy is spread cheese. Spread you over pizza, much as pizza over you spread on pizza cheese. Is there a better cheesy pizza experience? I'm gonna delete this routine tomorrow. Are you smelling toast? Or are you smelling coconut? If you guys keep this up, I am gonna put a timer on it though. Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much that you could do anything? That kind of took a weird turn at the end there. And that particular one. Yeah, okay, so that the Maniacal Foreigner one is kind of like, wait, is this a presidential quote of some sort? And now it's kind of a, oh, yep, okay, we're doing presidential quotes now. Wait, it was a little kid? I actually didn't know that. I also didn't know about the, like, little German yippee kid. Like, I actually didn't know what that was about. Just hearing the yippee. Wait. Huh. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Fuck you guys. I'll do 2 more. It's 10-minute then. There's an old... Okay, okay, this takes like a southern accent. Does he have a southern accent? There's an old saying in Tennessee. I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee. It says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. I understand why he did that at the same time. It's just... He just needs to be a little bit more ahead of it. Has anyone really been far, even has decided to use, even go once to do look more like? Is that a Jaden Smith quote? I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Or was he just the mirrors, like, are mirrors real? Okay. Eye, out, mouth. No attachment to brain. That's why. I feel like I am actually having a little bit of trouble, but... No! Wait! How is it? No, it should be timered. Is it not timered? Or the timer wasn't actually... Okay, I guess the timer hadn't been set because... Okay, now it's timered. No, I'm not winning because chat's making me say weird things. I'm trying to decipher what this word means. how to read it based on what it originally was, and I'm having trouble deciding what the word was / what it means. What kind of games do I play when I'm bored? Right now, dedicated? Okay. Last night I popped open Cultist Simulator. What's the recommended amount of detonated RAM I should have to a server? Like that? Oh, but no. Dededicated. Dededicated. It doesn't quite dededicated. 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 So what type of game is apparently board games? Because if Cultist Simulator is probably closest to a board game. And also sometimes I'll toss on like Heart of Crown lately. You mean, okay, not exactly like normal, but stuttering nervously. Ooh, what's the recommended amount of dedicated RAM I should have to a server? Like that? But a little bit more. More. Why not board game? Because you can't play a lot of board games solo, but you can play this one solo. It used to be Final Fantasy 14 for a long, well, not a long time, but a long time, yeah. But I go on binges now more for that. Okay. Let's look at the monsters. We have to pick one of these to play. Granted, not all these are going to be very good for solo play. I don't know if they've got, like, suggested options for it. We have Beast of Business. And they have a lot of fancy tokens. Oh, wow. Oh, they're advanced, though. So I'm not going to pick anything advanced for certain. But just, like, taking a look at all the options here. Place beast in any room, adjust spook futures. Draw 3. I wonder what this is supposed to be a reference to. Sorry. It will probably... I want to bring that back a little bit, at least for this winter. It was just very hard to do that for a while in the summer. And I had to push it to 9. I would like to try and keep the Sundays earlier. I'm surprised you're not saying anything about you're saying that about the bear, not like the pig creature. So we have you play a card, evaluate spook futures, draw back to 3, move, adjust spook futures. So spook futures, inflation, market crash, eat the profits, return on investment. I think that's what ROI is, right? So spook futures are tiles that sit along the score track once placed. They sit over 1, 2, or 3 spaces of the score track. They cannot overlap with each other. They must be placed in such a way that all the spaces it covers are on a single edge of the score track. Spook futures cannot hang over an edge of the score track. Its entire length must be over spaces along the score track. Yeah, I can see why this might be something that is advanced. I don't know what movie this is supposed to riff on, really, The Beast of Business. Or if it's kind of a more original concept, because they wanted to be able to play with a bit of gambling. Wolf of Wall Street? Yeah, but that's not a horror movie, is it? It's not like Psycho. Next one is Shortland Charles. He's supposed to be easy. Very simple. He spooks other monsters as if they were guests. He gains points from them normally. They also have a little bit at the end here, like they have the copyright information, and then they have a little extra here, like here it's circus is not liable for torture. And then they have stocks, bonds, and mutual funds traded in soul for perpetuity. You think so? I've never seen Gremlins 2. I've never even seen Gremlins 1. Shoot Charles on a quiet night. Okay. I was looking at the styling for it because of the background color, the white here, the film strip is more noticeable here, not so much here. I've never seen Gremlins. I've never seen a lot of horror movies. I am very easily spooked, so I don't tend to watch things like that. It's not a horror movie. What is it? A thriller? A comedy Christmas? There are some people that I tend to pass like, I will ask them, like, whether or not I can handle something usually, and they usually give me a good answer on it. I've never seen a movie. I've seen Alien. I've seen, man, Jaws? I've seen Jaws. It's not a horror movie. Is it really? It's been a long time since I've seen Alien. Alien kind of got to me a little bit. So Deadline is another advanced one. It's a kid's movie. Just because it's a kid's movie doesn't mean it's not scary. Yeah, Last of the Jamesians is right. It's super fucking scary. What if you have kids? Who wants to think about that? This is also probably lingering from... Oh, man. When I was younger, I would go stay with a friend, and she had a sister that was a little bit older than her. And when I slept over, we'd stay in the basement, and I don't remember how this happened, but there's a story of, like, her sister probably made this up to scare us. Like, a little murderous troll, like a little gnome, basically. Murderous little troll gnome thing that lived in the other room in the basement. The other room was a laundry room. And after hearing that story, like, every night when I would stay over, just kind of, like, have to make sure that door is closed and leave a little bit of light on, because what if? What if? It was a little murderous thing, though. A little murderous thing. Mm-mm. It was a lot of fun in the basement, though, otherwise. Like, relatively well lit because there were windows to the outside. I think that was probably like a regulation. Although, now I think about it, maybe it was actually registered as like a sleeping space, potentially. Because of those windows. We spent a lot of time down there because it was like, you could make the noise that you wanted to, roughly, and that's where the PlayStation was. That's where the SNES was. Enough furniture to make some really cool, like, pillow fort complexes, basically. The Jester figure that you were told that it could start moving. I would have been out of there. So for this deadline, a phone in any room, place remaining phones in each space on the switchboard below, draw 3 phones. Choose a phone, all cards, and effects is turn or result from that phone, play a card, answer the phone. Place a phone in a room without one, draw back to 3 cards. Bathroom carpet. I have one that could, depending on the area. Okay, I feel like it wouldn't be right. Mostly because it is very regional. Buried, backyard, oil tank. Roof repairs. Things that are scary to a homeowner. Mm-hmm. So you return a phone from a room with another player's monster to an empty space on your switchboard. Perform the space's effect with that monster as the answering monster. Repeat this until there are no more phones in the room with monsters. So this would actually probably be something that would work really... How to put this? Because of how it works, it feels like it would probably be a little bit less powerful in places where, or like in a game with a lot of monsters, but in a 2-player game, or like a solo game, it would be really... Actually, I guess because they answer, it might be better with more. Damn. Interesting. Like, these are really interesting effects. You dial your eye. There's a teacher bat here. Okay, that is scary. Man. No, last of the Jamesians, the HOA is moving into your neighborhood. That is kind of scary, but at the same time, like, you should be grandfathered out of it. Don't sign shit, and you won't be involved. Granted, they might try and make your life hell, but at the same time, like, just don't sign anything. Hi, Clay Chap. Thank you. She was one of the people I played a lot of games with back in the day. Yeah, just get a ham radio license. It really isn't that hard. They want the ham radio operators want you to join their club. They really do. They want you to be able to pass. Built a ham radio tower. I want to say, get into, like, some things that absolutely can't... Man, I wonder... So, if you start not doing a business, but, like, what if you basically just run, like, an outdoor smoker as much as possible? Like, smoke as many hams as you can. Constant ham smoking in your backyard. Couldn't HOA, like, get in your business for, like, cooking food outdoors? For making everything smell like ham in the neighborhood? I know the ham radio tower trick, but I feel like that is probably one of the only ways that you can, like, really, really get to it, because that is, like, protected. The rest of it might be on a case-by-case basis. Like, Twilight Hour lawn mowing, there might be some places where, like, hey, you can only mow during these hours. Like, you can't midnight mow. It's Steam. Yes, my steamed ham. Okay, Devil's Game 2. The art for this, you said it was like Demons 2. I've never heard of that because I'm getting horror movies, not really. The art reminds me, at least for the devil, of the Futurama devil. Draw the devil's game in any space. Draw 3. It's a pinball machine. Oh my god, I didn't recognize it from the art. I saw it as more of like a circus, like a fairgrounds, but seeing the actual token, it's a pinball machine. Yeah. Okay, let me move these guys out of the way. I understand why they have them all on the mat, because it's easier to do. Easier to do this as the cards slip out. However, for like checking all of them out, it'd be nice if they were out of the way. Play a card, move, launch, draw back to 3. So you move a guest. In a room that the guest entered, you may move a guest, different guest of the same color. Then in the room that guest entered, you may move a different guest. Oh, it's a chain. Okay. Perform an effect in the final room based on the color the guest moved. Looking at these, like devour per guest moved. So you get to devour, Gain a point per guest move, move the devil's game into the room. Move a figure from a connected room into the room per guest moved. A player in the room loses 1 point per guest moved. This might be like a nice, easy entry point, devil's game. You have Dr. Terror's Basement of Horrors. Reanimator. Well, actually not in a pinball. For a second it was kind of there are other games that are just like that, right? Seeing the same world zip around. So this is advanced again. I might not give enough. I might just kind of breeze through the advanced because we're definitely going to do an easy one. So this one is trap based. It looks like. So he himself doesn't do the stuff. It seems like it's his traps that do the stuff. I'm guessing cards will trap. Like, your cards will allow you to put down a trap more so. What lurks below? Oh, what lurks below? Okay, yeah. Caution, use of this board may inflict surrounding area with listeners. Critters. So these guys are also easy. I feel like Doctor's Terror is probably not Little Shop of Horrors. So this one is also easy. Is there only the one? I guess there's only the one. Because I know that there's another card in here that has... Okay, never mind. They're on the board. It's inspirational. It's inspired. So play a card, move, draw back up to 3. I've got 5 cards, I've got 3 cards. Okay. So I guess it's probably more cards for characters that have less associated stuff like the traps or abilities. It's already been done. Well, actually it hasn't. I have an idea for a piece of art I would like to commission eventually that kind of ties into it, but probably not in the way you guys think. Audrey 2 is inspiration to us all. If you don't think that, you're just a hater. So, extremely simple. Rigu. These guys are also advanced. We don't actually need to move a huge amount of these. I do want to see this. This board may cause sneezing, bloating, mucus, and intestinal combustion. Or ingesting this board. Okay. Place a blob in any room. Draw 3. Initially, when I first saw this, I was thinking of Flubber. Obviously, Flubber is not a horror movie, though. For each player, choose a room there and seal 1 point from that player per blob in the chosen room. So you consume, choose a blob, all of your cards and effects this turn are resolved by that blob. Play a card. Grow, drop back up to 3. Okay. And growing is placing a blob. New art. New art? Do you mean the one that I'm... the one I want to commission eventually? No, it's not to do with that, I don't think. No. No, it's not like that. Unless you're talking about something else. Speaking of which, let me grab it up. I don't remember what this image is. What is this image? Okay. Okay, here it is. So, I commissioned Birdmoss to do some fan art, not of me, but of a different VTuber, who is going through a bit of a difficult time right now. So I thought I might show it. You can also... Man, I should grab the link on... I retweeted it too. I should grab the link on Twitter for this. The one I retweeted? Yes. Let me grab up the direct link to it. So, that's the link, but this is the art. I wanted a mermaid in a bathtub piece with her monster form. With the, buns. Yeah. Yeah. Bird wasn't really all out with all the water effects. And if you look really closely, there are bones in the tile. Like, you can see a skull. I might actually have to... I might have difficulty zooming in. OBS, please. Let me see what I'm doing here. A little bit better. Okay. I have to adjust this a bit more. Oh! Maybe if I do this and... Nope. This? You can see the human skull, right? Like, right by the right crop. Like, right here, there's a human skull. At the top. Yeah, donated bones. There's a bone up by her tail up here. Like, on the upper left section. The pool. I asked for mermaid in a bathtub. That was the initial thing I thought of. Because that's a trope. But I wanted to use her monster form. I feel like, in a way... Like, okay, it's in a bathtub at the same time. Oh, okay, that's huge. Oh god, that's huge. At the same time, like, it's in a bathtub, but it doesn't feel, fluid at all. Because, like, it's fun playtime. It's fun playtime. Also, I actually have this. Last summer, she was part of a bath merch collab. And I have the Druna body scrub. It smells like bananas. It smells like really sweet bananas with a little bit of rum. It smells really good. And it's like white to black gradient sort of thing going on. God, it smells so edible. So that was also part of it. Having a mirror for a tail? Yeah, it's not sold anymore. It was a limited time thing. It was actually a set of 4 VTubers who were in that collab for the bath stuff, and I actually got them as a set. But like Jordan is my favorite one out of the set because it smells really delicious. So there's that aspect too for like the bathtub sort of scene. And also apparently the bath scrub has like a Best Buy date of July 2024. So I should be really using it up now. I'm not eating the soap. It's also not exactly soap, it's body scrub. It might actually be like a sugar body scrub. Yeah, so mermaid in bathtub is sometimes a horror trope, but also sometimes it's just like a fun thing. Depending on the angle. There is an anime that's actually pretty much called that, except it's not a mermaid, it's a merman. Like my boyfriend is a merman in my bathtub. And I found a lot of cute like the art for that sort of thing is either like really creepy or like really funny sweet. But that's the thing for like a lot of bathtub art apparently. It's either like really kind of terms of service in multiple formats, or it's really cute. Like Shape of Water, yeah, her. I've never actually seen Shape of Water, but I have heard that she keeps him in the bathtub. I've never seen Splash. I don't even know if I've heard of Splash before. I don't think so. It was like my my boyfriend, okay, is a merman. God, this is Merman in My Bathtub is the name of what I'm thinking of. And I could probably show you guys a picture, and they're like, no, that's not a merman. It's like, no, I assure you that's a merman. Let me see if I can find another picture. Merman in My Tub. I did not use this as a reference picture. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, damn, okay, wait. Sorry, I'm looking at this image and it's kind of a, that's not what I was thinking it would be. Let's zoom in. All 5 pixels of this. Merman in my tub. So it can be kind of sweet. Shinobu in the bathtub is an emote? That's not first season, right? That's like second season. Perfectly self-censors. That's another thing about the monster form. Like, it's censored in a way. Or rather, like, it doesn't need to be censored. Okay, it's Nisimono. Okay, so we got Rigu done, roughly. For a second, I read that as Juma Box. It's Juma Box. The Boom Box. Oh, there's only 2 cards for this. Thank you for the water. And I'll take the stretch. Ow. Crypt TV? I probably don't know what Crypt TV is. I have family who's really into, like, the old Crypt Master or whatever. But I'm pretty certain that that is, like, way earlier than that. Yeah, I don't know who any of these people are. 2015. Oh, it's God, that's like 5 years ago. I don't watch a huge amount of YouTube. And I definitely try and stay away from the horror stuff because man, I can't. So this is easy. Place a cassette on the left side of each track. Huh. Okay, it doesn't snap. COVID hasn't happened. It's still January 2020. Play a card, you may play a track, move, draw back to 3 cards. Choose one of the guests in your room, devour them, and advance the cassette matching that guest's color, and do the matching effect. So the track loops. And they only have... Draw 3! Draw 3. Draw 3. It's kind of a, does this also loop? So do I get 3 cards? Or is this a typo? Yeah. Okay. Ancestral recall. I learned a word a couple years ago during a D&D game that basically meant ancestral, but they atavistic, I think it was. Atavistic. I think that's how it's pronounced. You fought that in Kingdom Death? The Lantern Glow? Or the Doomba. You mean the Lantern Glow, though, don't you? It's not baby enough to be Gorm. It is not baby. Wait. Oh, you know what? Actually, so now I think about it, this is fine. Like, draw 3 cards because... so they only get 2 special cards, but they're going to be a part of a larger deck that includes some common cards, too. Because, like, here, it's also draw back to 3 cards, but they don't have any cards. And that's because there's the common deck somewhere. I actually don't know where it is. It's probably, like, down here, actually. Yeah. We have Lantern Glow, which is intermediate. Yeah. So the concept was throwback. Like, I guess the original well, some of the original tieflings, maybe I shouldn't say that. I guess the D&D 5e tiefling was originally going to be more of a like an atavistic thing, where somewhere in your line there was like demon stuff going on. I guess it actually wouldn't even be true atavism, because it would not necessarily be that someone earlier in your line was demonic necessarily, just like making a pact with a demon, and then like who knows, like 4 generations later you show up. Versus the concept for this character was a certain kind of giant, but it was like a unusual one. So DM was like, it's atavistic. Like your parents were regular giants and you showed up and you were a throwback giant. I don't remember what kind of giant it was. It was like a more magical giant, though. Like a smaller, more magical giant. Yeah. Because original tieflings were not really made to be player characters, except for the fact, well, I guess they weren't really made to be player characters, right? Aside from, like, potential for, like, hey, level adjustment stuff, and it's kind of a, well, if you do that, anything you'd be player character, I guess. But you're dealing with level adjustments. It was a primordial. Is that a thing? I feel like it is. Primordial giant? It was a template. Tossed on top of regular giant, I believe. So it was, what, Planescape? Where they were introduced? Were they introduced as a player race? Okay. I guess it's more so like if they were, how to put this? If you weren't using Planescape, though, the concept of a tiefling, maybe something that would not be a player choice. Yeah. So Planescape PC race, other places maybe not so much. Maybe I'm thinking more like Cambion, actually. I'm probably thinking more, let me see. Yep, I'm probably thinking more just Cambion. So for Lantern Glow, 2 new doors on 2 different rooms. Place a lantern in any exposed room, draw 3. For the setup, play a card, Rise from the Depths. Place a lantern in any room, draw back to 3 cards. I can see why this would be intermediate for the extra dealing with doors bit. Grimhive is also intermediate. But oh wow, that's a lot of hives. Place 2 hives in 2 different rooms. Place the queen in any room, draw 3. Play a card, Harvest Hives. Move, replace the queen, draw back to 3. A room in which all monsters belong to the same player is conquered. A room containing the queen can never be conquered. A room in which all monsters belong to the same player is conquered. A room containing the queen can never be conquered. Gain 1 point per placed hive, lose 1 point per player in a conquered room with a hive. Okay. We have like the art does not quite match here. Hell Chef Part 5. For a second I read that as Hell Chef Party. The image is not quite as scary as you would think, but I guess like Oh, actually, I just realized that there's a knife stuck in it, too. You may serve a dish. Return a dish from any room to your board, then perform the serve effect for that dish. So you can steal 4 points from each player in this room, devour 3 times in this room. He burned his mustache off. Because I'm looking at it like it's a kind of a more of an orcish face, I guess, because like these are the nose holes, versus like a mustache. And like this upper line is his mouth, and that's like a chin mark. I can't quite read it as like that is a mustache there, because I need to see like a big handlebar to match that. Another intermediate. So you deal with your serving, play a card, prepare a dish, place 1 dish from your board into your room or a connected room, move, then draw back up to 3. It doesn't seem that bad, but I can see that you probably want to be able to see how things work before you start dealing with serving dishes. The Host of Horror. Place an animatronic in a different room for each player, fewer than 5. Okay. Play a card or introduce a monster. Choose a monster in a connected room. Play one of your cards using that figure to carry out the action. You gain all the points and devour all the guests from your actions, regardless of which monster you used to carry them out. Huh. You control someone else's monster for them. If you choose another player's monster, you both gain 2 points. Animatronics are monsters which do not belong to any player. Use any monster not associated with the player in play as an animatronic. Huh, okay. So you don't have to use your own. Or rather, you don't have to use another player's. You could use the animatronics. Animatronic versions of monsters do not have any other abilities or effects. These monsters cannot gain or lose points. So you could play a Host of Horror and then grab 5 of these guys otherwise to use, but they don't get anything special. They're just used as tokens. Who's Bill Afton? Breaking seal constitutes acceptance of host into your home. Ah. I've never played Five Nights at Freddy. I've never seen the movie. I feel like that is one thing I definitely should not see. I've seen clips of people playing it, like... Wait, no, that might be Poppy Playtime, actually. It's probably Poppy Playtime. It was Altair from Hollow Stars. Doing some sort of chase scene. And he was so cool through it. He was not scared at all, and he was even, like, doing a few gags along the way. And did like a, I want to say a somewhat complicated, but like he did a quite a long chase in seemingly one try. Lost Boys. They don't have... Actually, maybe it is supposed to be out a riff on Lost Boys. I haven't seen Lost Boys in decades. It used to be on TV a lot. That's what the kids are missing. Do kids even watch TV? They're missing out. Being forced to watch, like, 5 to 10-year-old movies. So you choose 2 werewolves. Others are in your supply. I've never seen Reservoir Dogs either. I don't think it's supposed to be a horror movie, though. Turn steps. Resolve the effects of each werewolf in left to right order. Choose a werewolf. All your cards and effects are resolved from that werewolf. They're also intermediate. So you have the cool one, the weird one, the jock, and the smart one. Huh. I think I used to have a friend who was really big into movies, like films, and also they bought a lot, and they also really like some horror movies too. I'm wondering if I've seen very specifically a container for it. Okay, yeah, I have. I don't know what it's about. I have seen Pulp Fiction a few times. I kind of hate it because I kind of hate it. I don't really want. I have no interest in seeing it again. Reservoir Dogs has a version that comes in it looks like a little mini gas can, I think. I don't know what the implications of that are. But yeah. I'm trying to remember. I think the first time I tried to sit through Pulp Fiction, I don't remember a whole lot from it, but it was probably with that person, with the film buff. They really liked Quentin Tarantino. That's how I also saw Four Rooms. Yeah, it's a gimmicky steelbook. It's got a couple little bits on top to make it look like a tiny gas can. Like a flat gas can. Yeah, I saw Four Rooms, I saw Pulp Fiction, I saw... he did not have me see Ichi the Killer, thank fuck, or Audition. Or Battle Royale. What is this song about? Hold on. Okay. I will live with that. I don't super remember a whole lot about Four Rooms because again, it's been a very long time since I've seen it. I remember enjoying it at the time though, but then again, it was also relatively short, wasn't it? Because it's like an hour. Everyone gets 15 minutes to advance the plot, or maybe I shouldn't say advance the plot, but to like do your thing with the bellhop, tell your story. So everyone except for Kristoff gets moved. Draw back to 3. So you only start with 2. So you get more werewolves. Wait, oh, I get it. Okay, so the thematic thing here is you only start with 2 werewolves. But when you turn in a set of devoured guests, you get another werewolf. You turn someone else into a werewolf from those set of 3. That's kind of neat. It's kind of zombie-ish. I wonder if they do have a zombie in here. I don't see one, though. We have the Killertron, who's going to be a bot for us. Okay, so these are just the cards. Killtron in any room. Okay, executes program and updates program. Execute. Predefined routine each turn. Oh, programmed movement or programmed actions. Ooh. That's good that he's the bot then. From left to right. Discard the card on the right, push the other cards to the right, and place a new card from your hands in the open spot on the left. Draw back to 3. Ignore all play card effects. Interesting. Okay. So this is the kind of thing where it's like, I wonder if they developed this character as like a solo play option first and then turned it into like a complete card, or if they developed the concept here first as a character to play and in the process realized, hey, wait, this would be pretty good for solo play. I feel like the theme alone gets it out for Halloween. If you don't already have a Halloween themed game, like this is an easy pick for Halloween. Just checking to see if the table has a raised edge. It does not. Killer car from a Buick 8. The thing is, I guess it depends on how good your team is. Like, you should be good with PvP, especially for a large group. I personally am not like a fan of PvP when it's only 2 people. Not really, but like when you have at least 3, then it's more fun, by far. Play a card, pick up a passenger, move, draw back up to 3. This is easy. So play a card, pick up a passenger. Place a guest onto the matching color from your room into one of the empty seats. Activate the matching effect. If all the seats are filled, return the passengers as a set of devoured guests, and place the car in any room. Huh. Okay. We'll find out. I don't think that there is. No, it doesn't look like it. They may also be, like, able to set it up for an expansion in the future that has more movie monsters, because there's only so much. They probably didn't want to, like, overload. I mean, also, I want to say, for 1v1 games, it's kind of like, you already have card games like Magic the Gathering for that, I guess. I know Commander can be played with up to 4, right? But there's already a strong market for that sort of thing. I do have some 1v1 games, like the Tonto Quarry volleyball game, but that's also like a small trick-taking game. That's like filler. You're waiting for other people to show up, so let's bust out the volleyball chicks. So the Mummy's Tomb. With a crocodile. Dinosaur? They slammed something. Mummy Gator, my bad. It's a Mummy Gator, jeez. I don't know. I saw the direct link here for Tabletop Sim. I haven't checked Tabletop Sim, for new games to, like, potentially play on stream in a while. So, first thing that we do is unseal the curse, then play a card. Okay, unseal the curse. Let's also move these trackers out of the way. Devour a guest in the mummy's tomb. If you did, place a jar on one of the jar slots below, or from the listed effects. Some jars confer permanent bonuses. Repeat this until there are no more guests in the mummy's tomb. If all jars are placed, devour a guest in the tomb with no extra effects. Thank you for the water, and thank you for the resubscription. I'm kind of dehydrated because I'm eating popcorn too. Every now and then I am eating popcorn. I'm sorry, you're getting the popcorn noises. Sometimes it's really, what do you mean I can't hear the word jar the same way anymore? You're not Dismayer, so I don't know. Because all I can think of is like, wait, what did I say? It's kind of like, I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up, I'm fixing it. I should drink water so I don't get kidney stones, yeah. Drink water with the popcorn. I'm not eating that much popcorn. What, are you thinking I'm gonna say, like, gar or something instead? Like GIF. Some gars confer permanent bonuses. So Mummy Gator is an intermediate. No more guests in the mummy's tomb. If all gars are placed, my bad. Devour guests in the tomb with no extra effects. Right. Actually, I have a question for you guys. Did any of you watch the GTA RP VTuber thing? Because there's something from like the NoPixel GTA RP community that I was wondering if it somehow may have made its way into the VTuber one, but I can't tell because I didn't watch a huge amount of it. I watched some clips and bits and bobs, but so in the other community, if someone is in a car accident and they like go out the windshield or whatever, they refer to that as being ejaculated from the vehicle. Like if the cops have to, not cops, like if the EMS has to pick you up or whatever, you were ejaculated from the vehicle. And I didn't know that initially. So it's kind of like, don't they mean ejected? No, very specifically, you were ejaculated from the vehicle. Yeah, okay, so it never made its way over there. Yeah. I didn't realize that was a very common joke over there. And when the thing was like, oh, well, that probably no one's gonna get ejected from the vehicle. And not 5 minutes later, watching this stream, I saw someone get ejected from the vehicle, but I don't think that they used that word. I think it was I was watching the Hololive Boys. Like I think Shinri was ejected or something. Because it was right before he had it, not right before, but it was within the same time frame he did his showdown with Haka, I think. Defenestration purposes. For a second, it was kind of, I want to read that as deforestation purposes, but there's nothing really funny about deforestation. Man, there has to be a way to turn that into something better. They are still ejaculations. It's just that people will not put it together necessarily. Have a good time, Jamesian. Yeah, you can't say sad too often, so use other words like ejaculated. What? Okay, well actually I said there's nothing really funny about deforestation. It's not funny, but it's fun. Have you guys played Watchtower? No, not Watchtower. God. It's not Watchtower, because Watchtower is for the... Those are the, like, religious nuts, right? Yeah, okay, Watchtower is the religious nuts. Is it called just... Man, I wanted to call it a certain game, or like a certain name. It's kind of a no, that's too on the nose. It's too on the nose. It's absolutely not named that. And then it turns out, like, oh, actually it is. I was thinking more so this game. There's a game called Fire Tower. And it's about burning down a forest, basically, to hurt your neighbors. In very rough terms. It's kind of fun, though. Yeah. It's a kind of pretty game, too. I saw them on display. I've talked about it a little bit on stream before. It's not like a super deep game or anything like that. It's a very simple game. You could probably play it with young people, except for the fact that the theme is literally burning down the forest so you can burn down your neighbor's tower. And also, like, saving yourself. Like, don't get your tower burned down, burn everyone else's down instead. Yeah. So I thought it was called Watchtower for some reason. It's kind of no, it can't be that, right? Probably. But Fire Tower, well, that's silly. They would never name a game that, and yeah, they totally did. My bad. So Mummy's Tomb is a room that's connected to the room it's in. Guests cannot be added to the Mummy's Tomb. Guests can enter but cannot exit the Mummy's Tomb. Other monsters cannot enter the Mummy's Tomb. So they have to get moved into the tomb. Huh. Other monsters can't go in. I want to check something in here. Okay, there's only 2 cards. So you have to... No one else is going to be moving monsters into your tomb. You are the only one who will be doing that. Dogburn Dog's Tower World. If only you knew. Then we have Night Slayer, double R, for extra cool. That's it actually doesn't look that dangerous, huh? It's got like those spikes there, but otherwise it doesn't look very dangerous. I guess except as a heavy weapon. So, play a card. If you turned in a set of Devour guests, mosh. Switch places with a guest in a connected room. If there are no guests in that room, move it into it normally instead. Draw back to 3. Add 5 guests to your room, then spook. That's how you mosh. That doesn't sound... Wait, actually... Call to mosh? He seems like a really easy choice. Like, not complicated. But then again, he is easy rank. Rock music. Warning. Warning. Rock music guaranteed to cause eternal damnation. Huh. I was looking at these and thinking, like, wait, are these monsters too? It doesn't seem like it. Then we have Mask of the Outlander. So your Wild West guy. He moseys. Swap a guest in your Devour pile with a guest in your room. Play a card. Realize, I'm a little far over. Let me move 1 or 2 other things too. We have Get Him Posse. Play a card, move, draw back to 3. Another easy one. Form each of the following effects in left to right order based on color of guest present in your Devour pile. Move a figure connected to your room. Add 2 guests to your room. Steal a point, lose 2 points. So, slightly program movement. Or not movement, but programmed action. Slightly. Screamin' Eagle. This one you guys are gonna have to explain to me because I don't really get it. It's a football mascot. I understand that much, but like, Screamin' Eagle to me is a wine. It's a very expensive wine. Apparently it's also like a Harley Davidson thing. And also a wooden roller coaster, apparently. Do not use this board to butt, ram, or spear an opposing player. A haunted suit. Let's see. But okay. Mosey in Final Fantasy VII? Really? I guess depending on... I don't know why I feel like Mosey is like Mosey. Who uses the word Mosey? Wait, really? Oh, doesn't someone make fun of him for using that word? Actually, now I think about it. I feel like someone does make fun of him for using that word. Unless that was a fanfiction I read. That may have been a fanfiction I read. For some reason, it feels more like a video. It was a video? I don't know if I would have seen that, to be honest, simply because I actually don't really know how much Final Fantasy VII content I've consumed in popular videos. Because when I was ingesting Final Fantasy VII content, YouTube didn't exist. So, I don't know if that would be true for me. The closest thing that I've... like some of the only Final Fantasy VII video content I've consumed outside of YouTube would be anything that may have been on like G4. Not anything, but like it would have been on G4 if I've seen it. And otherwise, I'm thinking like the Sephiroth Udon thing I showed you guys before. I have actually never fully seen Advent Children. I only watched part of it. Final Fantasy games have I played? The only one that I've actually finished is 7, 9, and 14. I have started and played through chunks of 3. That was the DS remake. I don't know if it was on 3DS. But it was like one of those two systems. I have started 6. I never finished 6. I never finished 8. And that's it. I made it to the split, so to speak. Like split the party, the big split. I still have that. I should still have that copy of 6. I don't know. Like, I would obviously want to restart. I don't know if it's the best way to play it though, because it's the PlayStation 1 disc version. And I cried at the end of 9. I got very close to the end of 8, but I wanted to grind before I entered Ultimisia's castle. So I never finished it. I wanted to get 99 draws of all the spells, and I remember walking around an island forever. Like a tiny ass island to try and keep drawing. So we play a card, move, terrorize. Spook only the team members in your room. Draw back up to 3. When you devour the last team member from the theater, gain 10 points. I've seen people play a bit of 16, and I've seen people play 15. I've probably seen most of the... Well, maybe not most of the story. I've seen chunks of the story of 15. So I'm kind of already spoiled on what happens in 15. And I'm also spoiled on 10. I've never played 10. I've never really watched people actually play 10. But I still know what happens because it was really hard to avoid. And like, I get it. It's like a bajillion-year-old game. Sort of. It's on the PlayStation 2, right? It's not gonna stay under wraps forever. It can't. I didn't watch Advent Children when it came out, and I don't remember why exactly. And a couple of years ago is when I started watching it, but I never made it through, and I don't know why. I have a copy of Final Fantasy 1 now, and I would like to eventually play that. Like that is the intent. I'm not buying games just to buy them. I'm buying them to eventually play. It's just, there's so many other games. There's so many other games out there. So, team members are a type of guest. They can be spooked by any monster and they move like other guests. They cannot be devoured by other monsters. Team members are their own color, but it counts as any color in your devour pile for set collection purposes. When a team member is turned in as a part of a set of a devour guest, return them to the box instead. Okay. So I wonder if there's a way to like... So you are not limited to scaring / devouring only team members. However, okay. I can see why that's intermediate. Relying on extra people that others can't interact with. Well, they're limited interaction from other players. And they're kind of a any color sort of thing. Yeah. Someday. Remove her. I barely know her. I remember when it came out, there was a lot of Orin. It's Oron, right? A lot of stuff on Orin. Like, from the circles I was in, he was the fan favorite. So he was actually the best character? Was it more of a process of elimination? Or was it like... I wonder if part of that is because... Thinking about the stuff that I've seen... So, like... Male characters' popularity. Cloud was not very popular with like Yumejo type, I guess, more specifically because he's already got 2 characters that he's already heavily tied to in that prospect. Same with Zidane. So you have to focus on like secondary characters who don't have any options. And I feel like an 8, like Renoa was the main one. It's just more so, I feel like she was a lot easier to ignore than, say, Cloud or Tifa especially, or Garnet. I think the same may have been true in 10. And like, what are your other options, Waka? Actually, don't know of any other. I don't know any other characters in 10. It's Waka. What is it? Tidus. That's not how I would pronounce it generally, but that's how it goes. It's doing the wrong. It's petting the wrong layer. My bad. Thank you. Thank you for the water too. I guess I had to fix my layering. Spoonie? Who's Spoonie? It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work for a while. Man. One day Kingdom Hearts. Someday Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Play a card, do personal... I'm sorry, not personal fitness. Fiercenal fitness. What is cardboard supposed to do? What is cardboard supposed to do? Man. Thinking about what cardboard could do. PNG time. Popsicle sticks. Oh, no. No, you don't get to put me in the cardboard box. However, if you guys really want it, here you go. You can have your own little cardboard box. I don't remember what the cardboard box says. Let's take a look. Maybe it shouldn't be Splash Zone. What? No, it's not a Splash Zone. What is the word? Yeah, okay, that's literally the name of this text box is Only Dumb Idiots. But it was the purpose for the jousting. There's a word for the box in a theater that is like expensive and to the side. I don't remember what the word is though. It's not like a high box. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Kind of like in the Muppets, the 2 hecklers are in that box. Skybox? That might be more of a sports thing for the Skybox, isn't it? I feel like. Also, the Only Dumb Idiots is like really long. Alcove is not quite the right way of doing it. Opera box? But you could be watching an opera and be in the opera box. Well, I guess then like not everyone's in a box. Okay. Let's see if I can grab the box. Nope. I would have to adjust this a little bit more. If I change it to 26 and change it this way. Okay, I can actually adjust it a little bit more. There you go. A stage gallery? No. Vague Noir? No. Damn, okay. Move the box beneath us? I'm gonna adjust it a little bit more. Where is it? Okay. You know what? Damn, that was not supposed to happen. Just flip through a whole bunch of my things in OBS on this scene. Yeah. You'll see things I haven't deleted in a very long time. So I'm going to actually keep this over here. What I am going to do is I'm going to move you. You guys deserve to be over here instead. I'm also going to move chat above. Nope. You guys are busting out of the box, but that's fine. The box is a little small for that. Unless I make the box bigger. Hold on. Oh god, okay. There you go. You're chatting in the box. There's adjustments to be made to this, but it's fine for now. Congrats. Yeah, that used to be a redeem sometimes. The trash cans note. Thank you for Zara for the trash can note. Okay. So, Fiercenal Fitness. Advance 1 or 2 steps in the weight loss plan. Move, draw back up to 3. So, Fiercenal Fitness is perform the effects of the current position of the dumbbell in the weight loss plan. So, going down the track. Draw 3 cards. Add 2 guests, gain 2 points. Spook. Thank you for the water. Miniacal. She's got 2 separate cards. Okay. We've roughly gone through all of them. I feel like I have a few choices here. Knowing how that we're only doing a 2-player game against a robot, I feel like Troll and Childs may not be the best option. Devil's Game would be quite involved. There's some really good options, even at the easy mark. However, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick with... It's tempting to do Night Slayer. I know we haven't really covered it, but I feel like I should try the Remover. I don't actually know what this is a reference to, though. Like, I've never... I don't know fitness-related horror movies. She just looks like an 80s gal, though. You know, except with wings and red eyes. like a fitness succubus. Okay. So setup. So at the end of setup is when we first deal with it. So we'll go back to this and do setup. So the first thing that we do is do our monster setup. So I'm going to move the remover closer. We're going to move the book over. We're actually supposed to have everything down here, but why is it locked? Hold on. No. We're just going to move all this stuff up top. No, all of it. No. We're playing open-handed. It doesn't matter. Move it over here. So what we do is we place a dumbbell on the starting space of the weight loss plan. Actually, wait, hold on. Set up. Basic action cards and unique action cards the monster has. So she only has this. Shuffle your basic and unique together. It's only like 2.5 hours in and I'm finally getting to actually like start setting up the game. Okay. Killer workout. Maybe that is the reference for this. Maybe they just dug really deep because they wanted a reason to put a sexy evil lady in workout gear. I'm not gonna complain. I don't think there's literally the only other monsters in here that are feminine is what, like the wolf. 2 of the wolves. You have the cool one and the smart one. These honestly just remind me a bit of not Harry Potter, Jesus. Scooby-Doo though. Because you have like the Velma and the I was about to say Frida. Her name is not Frida. Why don't I remember? Daphne. It's a Daphne. You have a Daphne and a Velma. And then Shaggy and Fred, sort of, but not really. Kind of. But then again, some of these, like, there's no gender to apply to the critters. There's no gender to apply to the goo. There's no gender to apply to the Kiltron. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the queen bee. I missed the queen. Another feminine character. I'm thinking about the other game that I played, Monster Slaughter, where the characters feel like they're riffing on Scooby-Doo because you have the same sort of thing. But that's also just like a trope of a lot of horror slashers, right? Where you have these types. And there's certain rules as to, like, I shouldn't say certain rules, but like informal rules as to the order of things. Isn't that what the one movie is all about? That one horror movie that is turns out to be this horror movie that these kids are living out in this cabin in the middle of nowhere over summer. Cabin in the woods, yeah. Turns out to be part of a giant conspiracy to appease weird elder creatures. And like it has to follow these rules, otherwise the ritual fails. Doombox actually, like the poster reminds me a little bit. I don't know why I think Alien. Probably just because of like the lone woman vibe. But yeah. You can't really gender the lantern glout. And even the mummy gator. It's a giant lizard. So I guess I can't really fault them for that. And also like Night Slayer. There's Like, it could be either. Like, it's way more likely to be a guy, because, like, it's kind of more, it's glam metal, but, like, it doesn't have to be. I think we just, like, went straight into just country now. Damn. This is not spooky banjo. This is absolutely not spooky banjo. Give me something else. Give me some horror playlists. There's spooky lo-fi. Let's try the spooky lo-fi. Only the female? So you're saying this is a feminine lantern glow. This is a feminine lantern. An excellent role model. Waiting for the breakdown. Okay. Place the map board in the middle of the table. We got that. Place locks on rooms depending on the player count. Okay, I'm looking at it and it's kind of a So it counts as a 2-player game with the Killtron, I believe. Top right corner is locked. Okay. Like, I want one, not both. Are they actually 2 separate things? Or I guess I just keep it in the room. I guess that's it. I kind of want it across each door, but I guess that's... Actually, you know what? I can copy and paste. I'm going to do that. We're just going to bump, bump, and that's it. If I don't recognize that this is not something I should go into at this point, that's my fault. Very, very feminine. Look at those eyelashes. Thank you for the water. Oh my god, girl, where'd you get your fins done? Okay, we locked. Each player names their favorite horror movie. Okay, I already said what mine would be. Actually, wait, whoa. Favorite horror movie. Favorite horror movie. You know what? If I had to say, like, actual favorite horror movie, I guess? I'm, you're gonna hate me for this. I really liked Portrait. Okay, it's an OVA! God damn it, it's an OVA, it doesn't count. Fuck, it's not a movie. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Damn it! You know what? Perfect Blue is pretty good too. That's a horror movie. I drink water other times too. We haven't watched Perfect Blue, but it's also kind of a... I wouldn't necessarily say it's maybe my favorite, but I want to think a bit more before I start announcing things as a favorite. No, it's movie. Oh, Debbie. Oh, okay, I see. Horror movies. Yeah. Favorite horror movie. One day, I will probably see that whole. What is it? Dolly Parton. What is that one movie? The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas or something like that. Yes, that's actually literally at the best little horror house in Texas. "1984 is the most realistic horror movie." We have not done a Satoshi Kon marathon. We only did the one movie marathon. And that was like, of course, not an actual marathon, just, over the course of weeks we went through someone's filmography. We could theoretically do one for Satoshi Kon. We could. I wouldn't mind it. I've seen and I have a lot of them. 1 hour photo. Is that the one with Robin Williams? Pat Lavore! You keep pushing up Pat Lavore with all this talk of other stuff. One say Pat Lavore. One say Pat Lavore. I feel like there's another movie, a horror movie that's really realistic that I've heard of, but Mothman's pretty realistic. Okay. Assign each player a score tracker based on their seating. Yep, we got player 1. 2 tickets per player. 10. Oh, wait. Oh, this is our reference one. Okay, so we're not playing with the rest. So I'm just gonna, literally. I'm just gonna move them off over here. We don't need them. Audition. Actually, Audition may have been the one, because it's like, hey, it's just a happy-go-lucky whatever, and then no, it's not. He did the layouts. Every single thing in Satoshi Kon's filmography we're going to watch. Every single thing. And you're gonna say, well, we can't watch Pat Labor 2 without watching Pat Labor 1. Thank you for the stretch. Obviously. Okay. Good to know. About Pat Labor being the better one. Two tickets per player, so we only have 4 tickets. We're gonna delete the rest, because... Wait, shit. Oh, these are a stack. Mamoru Oshii? Oh, okay. I kind of forgot. Can I, Okay. What I'm gonna do first is because I realize now these are actually, they have different numbers on the back, so I need to, shuffle and just take 4. And we're actually just gonna move the rest off to the side because there is a chance that we'll want to see it later, more about it. What the other numbers were. They've got points on the back, basically. Variable amount of points. I'm also going to bring up the second stack just in case. We're gonna unlock this. And that's for the Killtron. Put all guests into the bag. Put a number of guests into each room equal to the number of doors minus 1. Rip. I think I've just been shuffling those cards too. Huh? So it's not available at 2 to 3. This one's also not available at 2 or 3, so we're going to clone again. 4, 3, 3, 4. Okay. So, duh, duh. For some reason, I thought it was only this room was locked, but good to know it's more. Each room equal to number of players, or number of doors minus 1. Number of doors minus 1. So in this case, there's 1 guest in here. 2 guests in here. Oh god, that's a lot of doors. I'm gonna have to take a second to count that. 2 guests in here. 7? 7 doors, so 6. We've only come across a couple colors. I thought there were more. Am I just getting really unlucky? Hi, SSJ, how are you doing? Okay, we need 2 here. 2 in here. 2 in here. 3, 2 in here. Because I kind of, like, this is not a door. I should probably actually do it like that. Not door, ignore. It's really weird that there's a theater in here. I want to tilt it so it actually changes, but it's not. There's a theater here with only 1 person. And then this theater has 2 people. Thank you for the water. Hello, Lord Kristoff. Hope you're doing good too. Okay. 1, 2, 4. Okay, so 3. We're finally getting some yellows out. I think that's every room. We got 2 theaters. We've got the weird-ass tiny theater, which looks shady as fuck. It's such a weird little theater. You have the hallway. The arcade area. Is this an arcade area? It kind of feels like it. Wait, maybe it's no. I was gonna say concessions? Like this is a strange little area. This is Spooktacular. It's a board game on Tabletop Simulator and on Kickstarter. In fact, it's been backed, and this is by like a known publisher. It's pretty much a finished game. They're probably gonna do like maybe a revamp on the rules just because they call this like a preview of the rules, and I do know that there's been a couple of questions that people have had about the rules, like minor ones that will probably get like added in here. Hopefully. We haven't run into it yet, but I guess we'll see if we have any questions. We have another hallway area here. We have back rooms. This looks like back rooms. Huh. And then another weird little theater. Huh. I'm looking at this and thinking, like, where do people purchase tickets? Where do people purchase tickets? Where's the entry? I know technically, like, actually, you know what? The entry is over here. This is the entrance area. Huh. It's just there's no place to, like, buy tickets or anything. Like, the layout is kind of weird. I'm thinking too much. I'm thinking too much about it. No, it's not, in fact, actually, not movie theater building. We are playing a monster in the movie theater. It's a spooky night in October of 1980-something, and a movie theater is having its last hurrah. And the monsters come springing to life from the silver screen to devour and spook the guests. So we are playing a monster and we're trying to earn points by spooking and devouring these little fellas. I'm still doing setup though. We looked over the rules and we did like a little review of the monsters. Like we checked each one out a little bit. They each play differently. They've got like different abilities that are tied into their theme. And I have chosen to play Remover. Battlecom is good. You know what they watch in the middle theater? Horror movies, right? You do eat the patrons. Every good horror board game has you killing the people. Are you talking about the Dolly Parton movie? Yeah, horror movies. Let me just slur that a bit more. Horror movies. We've done the guest setup. We do our monster setup. Dumbo on the starting spot. Okay. Remover in any room. Draw 3. This song sounds familiar. Is this Danse Macabre? But in like lo-fi? Literally, it is Danse Macabre, but lo-fi. Okay. Flip. Rotate. I don't know how to get this sitting up. How rotate on this other axis? Does anyone remember the shortcut for that? Actually, no. What? Interface, no. Controls? There's gotta be one. Left or right? Why can't I find it? Raise? No. Nope. It's probably better for it to be this way. It's just it doesn't feel right to be playing with a meeple in this direction, you know? It feels like I should be flipping all of these fuckers. The thing is, it's made to be that way, though. It's made to be viewed from, like, that way. Frick. Draw 3. And that is, I believe... Oh, we're actually playing with the one that's suggested in here. It's on the mod developers. It looks so pretty set up like this. It looks so pretty. Okay, now we're into the solo. Create a deck for Kiltron using the following 3 cards. So we're going to grab Kiltron. Grapple, Rollout, Jump Scare. Okay, this. Actually... Oh, I grabbed it from the wrong deck. Okay, so we're just gonna put that back. I'm gonna move this over here. We're gonna grab all his stuff, including him. We'll throw out the stuff that we don't need. Okay, so grapple, roll out, jump scare. We don't get the other two. We don't get exterminate. Oh, he gets 3 decks. Okay. Mash, search, arc lightning. The last one is haunt, exterminate, consume. So he never uses guidance system, huh? Yep. Okay, so we don't actually use this monster board or guidance system. I'm gonna use this board though, still, because look at this. The terrible machine designed to kill. Drake Savage adventure in full color. Come on, form a deck, damn you. There we go. Kalatu Barada Nikto? I have heard that before. I don't remember if that's... I don't remember what series that's from. Is that Star Wars or Star Trek or neither? Seriously? God damn it. Okay. Okay. Nope, I've never seen either of those. Kiltron in the room with the most stores. So, jump scare, mash, search, and exterminate. Okay. We're actually gonna do this. Hopefully I will remember. Like, there's no reason I should not be able to remember that this is A, B, and C over here for him. If I flip and shuffle. The room with the most doors, I believe, is this one. So in the same spot as me, basically. Same concept. Necktie. First, man, all I can think of is like, okay, what are some other words that go with that? And like, for Barata, it's kind of like paratha. Are we having bread? Are we having Indian bread? I don't know what would be similar to Kalatu, though. Clock 2. $5 points. We'll put him at 5 points. Oh, actually, no. He keeps this. He gets moved back here. I know I'm playing on easy mode, but it's still hard to show you guys. I would probably like to play this again before the Kickstarter is up. And I'll play with like more regular stuff going on. Kiltron always takes the first turn. On its turn, Kiltron reveals the top card of each deck simultaneously, then resolves them in ABC order. Flip, flip, flip. After resolving them, Kiltron discards those cards into separate discards. If Kiltron needs to reveal cards and its decks are empty, or shuffles the discards, form a new deck. Okay. Ignores all play a card and draw effects. That's a lot of extra sub-rules, too, in here. Like, when moving, if Kiltron's final reveal card... Okay. When moving... Okay. So I guess this is kind of a... Only things I really have to worry about if the question comes up due to the nature of the card. Then we have when spooking, Kiltron will always move the guest towards the top first, then go clockwise from there. It will always move all red, then yellow, then green, blue, then purple. Okay. It moves them in Roy G. Biv. That's what it is. Okay. That makes sense. It's going down the spectrum. When using grapple, Kiltron will always try to move a player into its room. There's a tie. Okay. That's when using grapple. And when using mash. Okay, so the very first thing he does is jump scare. Move, play a card. Jump scare. So when moving... Okay, so he can't play a card here. So he just moves. So his final reveal is exterminate. Kiltron will move to the room with most guests. Okay. Sorry, looking at this and how they say, like, he moves to a room with more doors, even if the rooms those doors lead to are blocked. And it's kind of an, this is a question, I guess. Should I, when I'm doing the setup, when I do the number of guests equal to number of doors? Wait, okay, never mind, it's in here. No, it's not. So locked doors still count? It sounds like. We do not ignore a door just because it is locked. I'm going to err on the side of yes, they count anyway. Because that is not something I considered when I was doing this setup. So we're going to add a couple back in. So this actually has... Actually, I added one too many, I think, in this room anyway. So it's supposed to have 4, so it needs 3. This one has 4, so it needs 3. 2, 3, 4, and this one has 3, when it should have had 4. Okay, I think I fixed it. So I'm gonna move these a little bit, because damn, it's just sort of a man. We're gonna count the door on one side. It is. You know how spooky Sailor Moon is? I guess I'm not gonna lie, I don't quite understand why this song is in here. How spooky lo-fi. Did it run out of spooky and now it's just doing regular? This is an 8-hour playlist. What is Sailor Moon doing in here? Okay, I don't see anything in the upcoming time frame for that playlist where it's gonna do another thing like that. That's just my Sailor Moon. So Kiltron's gonna move into the area with the most guests. 3 guests, 2 guests, 2 guests, 3 guests, 4 guests, 1 guest, 2 guests. So he's gonna move over here. There are, in fact, no bathrooms. They weren't here long enough. There's also no popcorn machine as far as I'm aware. I don't see anywhere in here that they could buy popcorn. Like, I thought maybe this might be it, but I'm not certain. Or, like, over here, maybe, but this doesn't really seem like a popcorn kind of thing. It seems more like a... I don't know. Like, there's a register here, but then there's also seats behind, and, like, a counter. I got popcorn stuck. Hold on. There we go. So, we jump scared. No entry gate? Yeah. I mean, I think actually in the manual they've already been closed. The old rundown cinema opened its doors one last time. Okay, so it's not explicitly closed and like reopening. It's just... it's their last hurrah. They were not able to keep up with the modern amenities expected by the guests. Was spooking, Killtron, okay. Steal 1 point from each player in your room and connected rooms. Rip. I am in a connected room, so he goes up 1. I lose 1. He didn't play a card. He won't play a card. So I'm going to move them like all the way over here. Spook. Exterminate. Killtron will always move the guests towards the top first, then go clockwise. All red. Okay. I actually have to look up spooking again to make sure I understand. For each door, move a guest out of that door into the connected room. Then count how many guests move through doors. Okay. So it's going to move... actually... clockwise. It would have moved up here, except they can't, so it's going to move red down here. That's a point. Then it's going to move yellow this way. Oh. Then it's going to move yellow this way. And then it's going to move green this way. So it moved 4. It got 4 points. Wow, okay. It's already beating me on its first turn. However, its move is done. Actually, wait. Okay, it will probably be able to devour later. This song sounds familiar. Okay, never mind. It's not familiar at all. So what we're going to do is remove her. Play a card. So we drew 3 cards. So these are our cards. We get to flex, jump scare, or consume. After we play the card, we're going to be able to perform the effects of current position on dumbbell, which is nothing. And then advance 1 or 2 steps on the weight loss plan, move, and draw back up to 3. Okay. And a guest of each color. Honestly, it's probably our best bet now because we get 1, 2, 3, 4. We will literally get 5 colors. How many colors are there? There's literally 5. We will complete a set if we do this. Okay. Looking at this, what we're going to do, we're going to play Consume. I'm thinking about, like, how do I arrange this? How do I arrange my area to make it clear what I'm doing here? Like, I have... Usually draw deck is... Oh, I don't know in card games where the draw deck usually is. To me, I would have it on the right, but that's also like me reaching over. Is that normal to have it on the right? Or is that like where discard goes? That might also be because I'm left-handed and usually when I'm playing games, I'm doing something else. So I want the left area free because that's where the drink is. And I don't want to fuck up. And thank you for the water, Daniel. Okay. Consume. Guess of each color. As we devour, we are going to take... We're going to take red first. Yellow. Green. Blue. Purple. I feel like that would make sense for right-handed people, but then again, okay. You have a guess of each color in your devour pile. Return them to the bag and get a ticket. So we do have one of each. Just gonna remove these, put these in the bag, and we get a ticket. I randomly drew these, so I'm just gonna go top to bottom. It's our ticket. Do Fiercenal Fitness. We are literally not starting. There's nothing. Then we move. Actually, hold on. Because we turned in a set, add 3 guests to the room with least figures. Least figures is... Kiltrons. Okay, so 3 it said. Actually, I'm going to shake first. Because I realize... I don't know how it handles bags like that. If I put things and take things out. One or 2 steps on the weight loss plan. Okay. We could do the... We're just going to advance 1. And we are going to... use this as a divider. We don't actually get to do that yet. We get to move. I'm looking at the options here. I'm gonna I don't know if there's much for us that, like, affects Kiltron. I'm gonna move over here in the hopes that he's going to do another thing that... I'm gonna try and leech off of him. Draw back to 3. Okay. Our third card is Haunt. And I believe now we're just back to Kiltron. ABC. So this actually seems like it's fairly straightforward now that we've gone through 1 turn. So first is move. Exterminate or Haunt. Is Devour. Is there actually like a separate card called Devour? I'm gonna flip this. No. Okay. Actually, no. So that should probably actually be Consume. If his final reveal card is Devour, because it will never be Devour, it will be Consume. Like the name of it. Because for the other ones, they actually call like exterminate. Like if his final move is spook versus what is it? Haunt. Yeah, that's a little like a minor error, if you could call it that. It's not cheating. There's literally one card left. Not that anyone accuse me. It's just more of a I am looking ahead, but literally one card left. If I knew the deck, it'd be a no-brainer. Okay. So he's moving. Moves to the room with the most guests of different colors are not present in its devour pile. It doesn't have any in the devour pile. Most guests of different colors are not present. So like it's just going for the most different colors. In which case there's 4 different colors here. Damn it, I guessed wrong. There's 3 different colors here, 3 colors here. So yeah, he's gonna move, and there's 2 colors there. So he's gonna move over here. So you jump scared. He's not playing a card. Steal 1 point from each player in your room and connected rooms. I am nowhere near him, so he does not affect me. Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. It's this. Mash. Move all monsters in your room. Gains you points per player moved. He's not mashing. He is consuming. So he is going to get 4. Okay, I thought I was hearing something else in this song. I thought I was hearing about Jonestown. It was kind of a, excuse me? You're not inserting any of that audio into this, are you, to try and make it spooky? No. That sounded more like actually Peanuts, didn't it? Okay. He completed. Now it's time for us. So play a card. We're gonna play Personal Fitness. We don't care about drawing cards. Spook and spook again. Move, play a card. We could theoretically... Haunt's kind of... There's not enough people in here for spook to matter. Exactly. However, we could jump scare and then spook. I don't think that's a bad idea. To at least like get extra stuff out of it. Look. You need a lot of protein. That's what she's really good at. Okay, it's not as good as chicken or tuna, but like pork's not the worst, right? And what is human like other than that? Like long pork? No? What were you thinking? Like if she still has a protein-heavy diet, a meat-heavy diet. Okay, yeah, we're gonna move. Salts? I don't know. Okay, actually it depends on the popcorn. If they're having like pumpkin spice popcorn, then there's not gonna be a lot of salt. If they're having regular movie theater popcorn with the butter and the salt, yeah, actually you're right. That might make it a little bit extra. They might be a little extra slippery and salty. We're not doing the rabbit starvation diet. Also, rabbits are costly. At least where I am. So we're gonna jump scare. Or we're gonna jump scare. And then we're gonna haunt. Just spook and then spook again. I want to double check. They don't specify how we spook in terms of like, yeah, okay. They don't care. We get to spook. We get to spook to our heart's content. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move this guy up here to 3. And I have 1 more left. So this is actually a pretty good move for this. So that was 3 points there. And now I get to spook again because it's haunt. And with this, I'm actually going to move him over here. So that's a 4th point. 13 points. So that was play a card. We're doing Fierceness Fitness, which is draw 3. Oh, wait. That's the end of the deck? Okay. Advance 1 or 2 steps on the... We're gonna just advance 1 step. Then we're gonna move. Where do we move? Oh, there's no place with a full set. There's no place with a full set. If I move back here, he's probably gonna come over here. But we're gonna go over here instead. One last card. So he's gonna grapple first. Actually, I'm gonna zoom in for you guys. Rabbits are too cute. It's a little different when they're already, like, skinned. Like, chickens are also kind of cute in a way, and so are, like, ducks and kind of geese, but also a lot of those creatures are also assholes. And rabbits can also be assholes. Thank you for the stretch. Okay. I'm partial to cats. My boy was very cute today. He's been waking up with nightmares though. He'll wake up in bed and start crying, and just like give him a little bit of a pat to like reminds him that like no, he's not. There's nothing scary anymore. The fan is not out to get you. Move a figure from a connected room into your room. Okay. Let's grapple. He will always try and move a player into its room. There is no way for that to happen. Thank you for the water. It's charitative. I know someone who used to keep ducks, and they had like a really big property, and they loved those ducks. However, the snapping turtles in their ponds also really liked those ducks. They ended up with no ducks in the end. They had no more ducks to give to the ponds. So, he can't move me in. If it cannot move a player, Killtron moves a guest of a color does not currently exist in its devour pile. Okay. So there's actually... Wait, devour pile. It needs red. So he's going to take... I'm looking at it, and it's kind of a... It doesn't specify which room. Since I have multiple options for red. However, if I were being fair to the spirit of Kiltron, he'd be moving red from here because it's going from the top and going clockwise. So we'll move it there. Otherwise, if I were doing it for my own purposes, I'd move it up here. Like, move this one. Don't get... Yeah. Well, it's not like they got snapping turtles. Snapping turtles just existed on the property. Can't fight nature. I mean, you could, but it's really hard. Don't resist. So that was grapple. Then we have search, add 3 guests, play a card. So just add 3 guests. Does it say where to add them? Okay, search. Doesn't say anything about using mash. Or it does say something about using mash, but not about search. So I'm gonna double check about search. Especially since search is generic. So the room that your monster's in, okay. How many? 3. 1, 2, 3. Last thing is going to be spook and then spook again. Damn, okay. And when he spooks, he is going to top first. So he's going to move right out this way. That's 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. And that spook again means 1 point. So 4 points. I'm tired, Zuck. Have a good night, Ghoul. You guys didn't win against the emus, though. Oh, they're not making it to the front door. They're making it to the 50. That's not the front door. That would have been a really cute way of doing it, though, if they had done it that way. But the thing is, like, if they had started over here and they had to go all the way around back here, somehow. But I guess it's a little bit hard with the track being the way it is. Like, it has to make it should make a complete track, you know? Emu? Emu? Is it actually pronounced emu? This is the 80s, of course. Okay. Oh, oops. In my defense, I also didn't know how to pronounce Aussie until like a week or 2 ago. So yeah. My it's the other side of the world to me, so my cultural understanding of it is pretty minimal. Yeah, I said that correctly, right? Aussie? I didn't say the messed up way. Though I did hear someone else say that too. The other way. Aussie. Unrepentant. Unrepentant. Aussie. So you're gonna play a card. No more. MASH is not a good idea. Personal fitness is not great. It's okay, it's not great. Move a guest from each connected room into your room, gain 1 point per figure moved. Add 3 guests, play a card. So we could coach. And end up with a shit ton of people in our room. And hopefully the Killtron can't move in there. But he could. That's the scary part, I guess. I could also just search and then coach. That would be, like, crazy. That would be crazy. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna search. And hope that he can't move that close, that quickly. 1, 2, 3. We're going to... move a guest from each connected room into my room. Add a point for each player, or each token moved. So we're gonna add red over here. There's only 3. We'll move... oh, there's no one in that room, so there's only 2. Okay, we're only getting 2 points, damn. We'll just do this. So we get 2 points. I am not... wait, 1, 2. We're not really keeping up here. Except we did get a Devour set. We're going to do Personal Fitness, which is going to be add 2 guests, gain 2 points. This is a lot of guests. Damn. This is what Spook and Spook Again is for. We're gonna... oh, damn it, we have to move. Okay. We're gonna move over here. I fucked up. This room is so full of... everyone's huddling in the closet. Oh, it's a juicy room. Okay. Draw back to 3. Oh wait, we have to advance 1 or 2 steps on the plan. We're going to... Devouring doesn't really get us points. We're gonna spook. Like, well, I'm setting up to spook. Like, Devouring is great for getting sets, but at the same time... And then we draw back up. We're gonna have a haunt. We won't be able to move until afterwards. Okay. We're gonna figure that out. Okay, so Killtron's turn. He's going to roll out, search, and then consume. So he's gonna roll out, he's gonna move. Is consume. Most guests of different colors are not present in its devour pile. So it needs the most red. If there's a tie, more guests of different colors. Fuck. Killtron is going to choose to move into here because it's got 4 different colors. There's the other one which has 3. Okay. Close the doors, dear. You're letting in the cold. Except I kind of want to read that in a granny voice. Yeah, bad things happen when you start removing critters. I did learn that apparently beavers don't eat fish. And also beavers are... there were beavers that were native to a lot of Europe, but they got wiped out because beaver fur. Beaver fur and some other reasons too. And people are like, oh no, beavers are gonna fuck things up, but apparently beavers are pretty good for the environment. Like, they're reintroducing beavers to Britain. Oh. Beaver dams are supposed to be good for water quality. And for preventing flooding, apparently. Really? Where is the world's largest beaver dam? I think that's because of recovery efforts, though. Like, conservationists? The, well, for, like, places where they had been, like, culled off pretty much. Overhunted. That would make sense. There's a lot of Canada that is very rural. Okay, because he moved. He moved? Now he's gonna add 3 guests. 2, 3. I have no idea what the time limit on this game is. Damn, okay. Rulebook does not actually say. It's the kind of thing that would be on the box, but I don't know. I'm also taking a long time because we're chatting here, and also, I am slow at board games. Actually, I don't know if I have a time thing on here. It doesn't seem like it has to necessarily be that long since the game end state was, what, like 50 points or no more tickets. Which is kind of weird that they define if you would need to gain a ticket and cannot. But I guess that's the case of if you are able to devour like 10 people and you only need 1 person to get the final ticket, then like overflow. Europe, now overrun with beavers. So actually, this could be a really short game if I can get into this fucking room. All I have to do is get back into that room. Okay, so he's doing that. Consume, devour a guest of each color. He needs a red, yellow, green, blue, purple. He got a full set. Shit. He almost got a full set. He's got 1 ticket. And he's got most of another. Okay, since he devoured, not spook, devour. 3 guests into the room with least figures. So that is, there's 2. The room he came from and the room this room. Three. There we go. And that's it. That's his turn. Our turn. We're gonna play a card. God, there's so little. Spook and spook again. Fearsome fitness. Full monsters in the room. Gain 2 points per player removed. We might just want to mash to get him the fuck away from this, because if he moves again, he'll move into here. And no, he's getting mashed. Fuck you. Back where you came from, foul beast. 2 points per player move, so we're getting 2 points. Wait. 1, 2. We're gonna do Fearsome Fitness, which is spook. It's bad. I'm making this a juicy room. Okay. We're gonna advance 1 or 2. We're gonna devour. Or we're planning to devour. We're gonna move. Blink. This should end the game too. Surprisingly. Soon. TM. Drop back up to 3. Coaching. Thank fuck for Fearsome Fitness. That's it. Okay. Time again for Kiltron. So he's going to move. So he's gonna, because he's moving, his final card is Haunt. the room with the most guests. So there's no guests in here, there's 2 guests in here, there's 3. So he's going to move over here. So he's going to jump scare. 1 point from each player in your room and connected rooms. Haha, nope. That's not happening. The last thing is going to be spook and then spook again. So spook 1, 2, 3. 3 points. And there's nothing else to spook. It's a one-time spook. Okay, our turn. We're gonna play a card. Move a guest from each connected room into your room. We're gonna coach each connected room into your room. We're gonna devour a lot of things in here. So we're gonna get another green. And we're gonna get another... Jesus. Pink. So that's 2 points for coaching. Then we're gonna do Fearsome Fitness, in our case, is devour all guests in your room. That's a lot of guests. Okay. Let's break them into sets. Roy. G-Bib. That's a shit ton of guests. Yeah. That's 1 set. We get 2 sets. I'm gonna double check the fact to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, nothing that we have to worry about. Yeah, so we're turning in 2 sets. Which means we get 2 tickets. And we add 3 guests to the room with the 3 guests. So we're gonna actually put them in here for 1 set, and second set in here. As soon as any player reaches 50 points, or there are no more tickets left to take. Finish the round with the current turn player, which would be me. Any remaining players left take their turns. There's nothing. Yes, it's Spooktacular! It's on Kickstarter right now. It's actually... This is like the official tabletop simulator that the developers put out, the publishers, so people could playtest the game before they buy it, with like all the pieces that'll be in the Kickstarter. And as far as I know, they're not doing any like, oh, you could upgrade for like more characters or whatever. I don't think they're doing any of that stuff. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm doing the solo play. Yeah, the name is actually kind of not very SEO optimized. Because I tried to look up Spooktacular without the word board game, and it came up with like all sorts of Halloween stuff. And the worst part is it came up with local stuff too that use that name. But we just finished. We're finishing up, I should say. Yeah, if you have Tabletop Simulator, you can freely download this. It's got a lot of options too. And again, solo play. So points equal to the points showing on any tickets that they have. So let's see. He got 7 points. We got 6, 8, and 4. So 7. I'm also playing on like easy mode. Just so it's clear. I do actually like how short the solo game is because it's only 4 tickets. I was also again playing on easy because I started with only 5 points on him. I was playing with an easy opponent too, but this could also be really good for learning the effects of the different monsters. Let's see. So we have 18 points to gain. God. I maybe fucked up a little bit. I'm like, is it 38, 37? Close enough. Either which way. Would have tied. Yeah, easy mode to learn how it goes. 39? Okay. It's kind of like, I know that the shortcut would be, because I was on, 21? It's kind of like, add 20 minus 2? That makes sense. And then I thought, like, wait, but it's 21. It's not 20. So, it's kind of a, yeah, I should have, duh. It literally would be 21 plus 20 minus 2. Like, that's the way I should have shortcut it. I'm like, no, I'm just going to count. But I lost count at the end. Yeah, it's easy mode. Okay. I think that there's no other, like, thing to adjust for when it comes to points. Yeah, it's just... Oh, 20 is Nightmare. 20 is Nightmare. Even worse. I did get very lucky there, though. Being able to shuffle him off to the side and make sure he wasn't able to enter this area. So, now I actually want to look through some of the cards real quick. Yeah, Nightmare difficulty. That's not an uncommon thing for some games, right? Like, they might call it Master Mode, but it might also just be called Nightmare Mode, depending on how hard it is. I guess it all depends on if it's like a 5-step thing, then I guess it would be... Actually, I guess it would still be hard. Easy? Very easy? Easy. Normal. Hard. Master. And then beyond Master, Nightmare. Or Insane. I do wonder if I fucked up a little bit. Okay, devour all guests in the room. I want to check her cards again. A guest of each color, okay. So, part of the reason why she's easier, I suppose, is because of consume being the way it is and also being able to devour everything in a room versus other ones who might only have a chance to devour once. Because, like, wait, I was a little confused about devour 3 times, but that actually, yeah, devours only once unless it specifies. Cons are spooky, but oh, right. There was the other thing of at the end, or not at the end. These all have like a little bit of lore to go along with them. Like, I'm pretty certain the Kickstarter actually says that like Chortland Charles is the oldest of the set. Thank you for the water. And I also realized that each of them actually has something on the side of their board. Like, he's got the clown nose. This one has the telephone wire cord. This one's got pinballs embedded. I was kind of like, well, that's kind of weird. Why does it have like a hole? It's literally pinballs. It's like the stretch. I'm gonna actually take a big stretch. You guys should stretch too. I can hear the creaks. Yeah, plus the extra little bit like tilting punishable by death in here. Like there's a lot of love in this. What are you worried about? It's just a game. And these guys have different playstyles too. And this is an easily expandable thing too. Hello, Spidey, thank you for the follow. And honestly, the fact that the game will scale to your player count via the ticket system, I don't mind that. So, there's only 10 tickets. And it was 2 per player, so that's 5 players max. I do want to see how this fares at the high number, at 5. It does say 5, right? Let me check. Actually, for the last portion of this, I wonder if I'm going to be able to do this. Yeah, okay. But you won't be able to see you guys. Damn it, okay. We're going to move this a little bit. This is the Kickstarter. What I'm really looking for is it's maximum of 5 and what's supposed to be the playtime. Do they have a listed playtime? Oh yeah, so this is a whole bunch of the other things. Oh wait, bullet. For a second I was kind of like, wait, bullet? Like bullet love? Actually, wait, no, I think they are. Hold on. They make bullet heart. They may have made bullet heart. I feel bad for being like, did they make bullet heart? And it's kind of a wait. I heard that they made anime games. Yeah, okay, bullet heart. Bullet heart. Which they've been updating. They've been updating Bullet Heart. I'm not back on the board yet for my favorite character. And I honestly, it's kind of like, I don't know how to play the other characters. I only know how to play the little spooky girl. That's it. For those who are interested in board games, there is a game on Steam called Bullet. Bullet Surge, I believe. Let me check. I think it is Bullet Surge. And it is based on the board game Bullet Heart. And it's got only a demo out. It's just Bullet, actually, now. It's called Bullet on Steam, but, like, the name in the picture is Bullet Surge. It's an interesting thing to try out. It's a weird experience for a board game. I haven't tried the latest update, but I have tried the more recent update. A more recent update, because I was trying to get back on the board. Where it's a case of the cost of, at least in the girl I favored, the cost of buying another pattern goes up depending on how many patterns that you have, right? I don't know if that was in the original game. Or in the original version. Yeah, it's weird to play Bullet Heart in person, but I'm sure it's gonna be even weirder if you've played the tape or the Steam version and then going to the board game version. But it's a, what is the word? It's a bullet hell board game. Okay, Spooktacular. 1 of 20 monsters. Set devious traps, manipulate spook futures, seal away guests in the mummy gator's tomb, and more. So $55 for Pledge Manager access for the Spooktacular special in the board game. We've seen the monsters. and all the pieces that they come with. Monster tokens. Get the theater board, you get 60 gas. I wonder if it's gotta be a one-sided board, right? Like, it'd be interesting if they did an alternate layout somehow, because that could add something to it, but it's not necessary at all. 25 normal. 5 each. 5 players. You get a little guest baggie, do not cross, the score trackers, tickets. You get a little bonus mini game. Micro game. Sorry, my bad. It's a micro game. That feels like it's got to be smaller than a mini game. Cinematic release is going to have a playmat. Okay, so they are doing like, it's not like, hey, you're going to unlock this at this pledge, or not at this pledge. If we reach $80,000, they're not doing that. But they are doing like some Kickstarter-y things. You get playing cards for the Outlander. You get a playmat with the different posters on it. I'm playmatted out. The VHS 90s style is in, or at least it was in. Analog horror. Everyone loves the 80s. Everyone loves retro things. Yeah, it said Mirko, but I'm pretty certain that's just a typo. They may not be able to... Actually, they should be able to edit it, but they may not have the ability to... They might be relying on, like, an artist to do that sort of thing, to, like, create these images, and they may not be able to, like, update it right away. Or maybe no one's pointed out that there's a typo. Could be either. I don't know if it's an obscure reference. I wouldn't put my money on that. I wouldn't bet a sub on that. It still says Mirko game here. Okay, maybe it is a reference because, like, it's the second time it says Mirko game. Damn. The other option is that the designer is reusing the, like, text and stuff and just changing the images. So, stunning alternate art for the posters. Oh, okay, sorry. So, like, this is what it looks like in foreign countries, because we have, like, the Japanese telephone one. We have, the German Die Grimm Colony. What the hell could that be? It looks like a plant-based one. And then you have, like, a killer clown over here. Tonton Tawa. Hello, Mysterious Emblem. How are you doing? We're checking out a Kickstarter that I just finished a easy game run for. I won. If we were playing on Nightmare mode, I would have won yet. But I also got very lucky. What is 99 Heroes? Okay, it is a micro game. Huh. Battle out with a team of monster heroes from Spooktacular in 5 minutes or less. I'm actually kind of looking forward to that too. I wonder if they have... I wonder if they have something for this. I'm gonna copy this link address. I can take a look real quick. Oh, Ivalon, this is not coming until, like, next year, but you can still play on Tabletop Sim right now. Yeah, no, there's literally, unless it's, like, digital only, no Kickstarter is getting out within, like, a month. They've got 10 days left. Yeah, it's a shame. I understand why they launched it right now versus, like, launching it so it arrives in time for this October. But at least they have a Tabletop Sim out in time for this October. I'm still waiting on that Oji Push Tabletop Sim item test play. Even when you know this rule. Yeah, I was looking at something else and it was kind of a, oh, wasn't this supposed to be done like a year ago? And then they haven't announced it that they finally finished shipping everything. Everything's gonna be super delayed. Honestly, for a lot of Kickstarters, it's just kind of like, how to put this? Set it and forget it. They're usually only back things from groups that I honestly usually back things from groups I know will do it, but it's just kind of a, I backed it and I'll get it when I get it. I'm not moving anytime soon. I don't have to worry about that. I'll check the emails when they send them, but I'm not waiting super hard on the timeline. The one exception was the gaming table because that was actual furniture. Actual big furniture that I had to like plan around. Not that it was Kickstarter exactly. I don't think it was Kickstarter. It was a different company. Face down defense. All I can think of is, can I eat the money pile that you set aside for that Kickstarter too? Can I eat all the money tokens? Thank you. You put down like $200 for this board game, right? Obviously. Actually, hold on. What is the most that they have? Okay. $94 is the most, plus shipping and handling, but mostly shipping. So yeah, $94 is the most. I wonder if they have like options for like, hey, if you want another playmat, here's like, give us another $20. They've got how to play, but we already played it. They've got the rule book freely available here. The tabletop sim link. Okay, it's a clown. They're a clown. Cardboard Republic, Meet the Monsters. So yeah. No, I could have swore that there's something else in here that goes about like how Shortland Charles is like the oldest monster in here. I did them a disservice. I knew that they had this, but I forgot. I remember hearing about like, oh yeah, it's actually pretty like, it's pretty good, the album. And I did not, we're changing the album. Hold on, I gotta grab this. I should have been playing this the entire time. If I had done the Kickstarter first. If I had just done the Kickstarter first. Okay, I have to look this up on Spotify. Come on. Here we go. There's an album. Right? I did you dirty. No, I'm not sponsored. The only time I've been sponsored for something has been, Heart of Crown. And even then, it was not like... I was given a free copy, and I also got keys to give out to chat, to viewers. But that's about it. I already own the old copy of the game, though. I already own an old copy of the game. Okay. Wait, it's not updating. Oh, this is Shortland Charles's music. What's the playlist like? There's one for every monster. They range in length from 157 to 314. I think 314 is the longest. Yeah. No, 333 is the longest. I know it's gonna update, but it might take a long time for it to update. Like, it's been over a minute and a half and it hasn't updated. Maybe... I'm gonna jump to Remover. This is Remover. Her song. Now I'm really glad that I split my audio. Okay, now it updated. I'm really glad I split my audio in post so I can theoretically adjust this in post so we can actually hear the music. The video game version? Oh! Well, you say that. The video game version does still exist. Heart of Crown PC is dead, I guess, because they're doing Heart of Crown Online. I don't actually know if I can play Heart of Crown PC anymore because it crashed on me in like a really bad way. It keeps crashing and opening now. I'm gonna try once more, actually. Let's see, will it crash? If I crash stream, this is why. It's Heart of Crown PC. Nope, nope. It will literally not open. It thinks I played today. I have not played today. Huh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fix that without uninstalling. I'm wishing for that for Tanto Core, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I wish for it. For Tanto. But then again, I only play solo, really. I don't play against other people very often, if at all. So yeah, free music. Well, like free to listen to music. And it got one expansion, I think. Expanding the house. Shipping $15 to $18 in the US. Credits. And that's about it. And risks and challenges. But like, it's a board game company that's already put out a bunch of other board games. So they may be late, but I don't think that they're going to be going under anytime soon. Let's see, how much? Yeah, 70. Okay, there's 71,000 out of 600. Or 60,000. 60,000, 71,000. I want to say for a board game, it tends to be that things will like launch and be funded in like 2 hours and then go like bonkers, or they like have a lot of trouble and they kind of flounder. And it took them actually a good couple days in to hit their goal. So it was, I don't want to say it's worrisome exactly, it just a little rough out there in the market. I have 28 different Kickstarters already created. Actually, let's see. Once they're 28 created. What else have they done? I mean, like, we know what else they've done, but just more of a... Okay, Millennium Blades. Wow, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh! And what's the other one? The... Duel Masters? No. The Beyblade? It's like Beyblade. But more so Yu-Gi-Oh, I suppose. Guilty Gear, Bullet Universe. Oh, right, that's right. There were expansions for... It was the expansions. Like, that included that weird cat that we talked about before in another stream. Imperial, Dead by Daylight. With little hooks you can put on them. Sakura Arms. Bullet. I didn't realize that Bullet itself was Kickstarter. Millennium Blades, BattleCon, Imperial, Pearl Odyssey, Argent, Exceed, more BattleCon, more Millennium Blades, more BattleCon. Okay, I see why people are like, Spooktacular is kind of weird because A lot of their stuff is anime, and it's kind of a, yeah, okay, I see. A lot of their stuff is anime. Or like heavily anime inspired. Skullduggery was cancelled. So yeah, not everything is a success. One day I should try BattleCon. I know someone who has it. But because it's head to head and I think it's a 2-player game, it's kind of an I don't know about that. I'm not really into 2-player games, but maybe I should give it a shot considering the other ones. Considering this game and Bullet. I guess a lot of people like Sakura Arms too. Monpok? I do like playing with other people. I don't like playing one-on-one. I like group games, like 3 to 4, at least 3 to 4 players. When it gets over 6, then it's really hard to find a game in terms of like a game that can handle that, and it tends to get really like messy. 4 players is like really tight. And I like playing with people I know, like friends, or even friends of friends. I don't like playing with randoms on the internet, so I don't do that. Oh, the people from the Darkest Dungeon one. Oh. Yeah, I could see that. I did look in. The Darkest Dungeon does have a Tabletop Simulator on it. I'm thinking about that, and I've only had like 1 or 2 Kickstarters I think that didn't deliver, and one of them was, I didn't put in a whole lot. It was like helping to finance a Utaite's first music video. She was getting it produced by by an Asian company, the animation, and apparently they completely flaked on her. So I don't remember if she automatically gave back the money or if it was like, hey, you gotta contact me. Like, she gave out everything else she could. She gave a couple free songs, I think, to go along with it, along with the free song for the music video. But it was like $5 that I contributed, so it's kind of a whatever. And I feel bad because, again, she got scammed. And I think she had like given them the money. It's just international finances. You're probably not seeing that back. International finances over the courses of years. All the models in plastic. Yeah, I could see how that would... That plus the licenses could eat money. I don't think I've had anything else like Falter. I don't think. But I haven't actually checked like my Kickstarter history in a while, and it's kind of a... Maybe I don't want to look back at that number, you know? I'll just leave it the way it is. Just leave it the way it is. Because I know that number is going to be a lot. It all ships eventually. For or KDM. It's all I've got KDM, but yeah, I could see that being a pain. I'm thinking about the most late one I have. Let me actually check. I just said I wasn't going to check, but I'm going to check on my other thing. What is is there anything that I've gotten where it's like, hey, let's see. Thank you for the water. Show more pledges. Rip. Show more pledges? Okay. There is one that has not fulfilled an extra thing that they were supposed to fulfill. I spent enough money on a very particular board game that I was supposed to be getting basically all the like extra expansion materials, like all the like extra super duper shit for free. And then they entirely released an expansion and I was never notified at all. Like I don't remember getting any emails about it. Maybe they all went to spam. I didn't get sent anything. So there's that. I don't think they're making anything more for that game anymore. And otherwise, I think everything else looks like it's been fulfilled. Yeah. Actually, I'm looking at the gap and it's kind of a damn. Okay, yeah, everything else has been fulfilled. Except for the ones that I'm currently open. Like, I backed 5X King and Yellow RPG. That just finished in June. Or no, that finished not in June. It finished this past summer. And they're supposed to deliver in June. Understandable. They gotta print a book. It's gonna take some time. And then there's this Kickstarter and Oshi Push. And maybe there's some other stuff in there too, but just, like, they're not yet hit their, anticipated date, and even if they go over the anticipated date, if they get to it eventually, that's fine. I'm not gonna die if I don't get my Kickstarter items. Tainted Grail? I've not heard of that, I don't think. Let's see. Ah, okay. That's a franchise. I've got a person in my board game group who has Kingdom Death, so it's kind of like if I learn, I'll be able to keep up with them, and it turns out I've actually played more than they have. I've played like 12 sessions. I played like 12 sessions and it's more than they've gotten into the table, so one day, TM. I'll drag it back. I actually realized I may have been playing two songs at once. Twilight Imperium. Isn't that like really big and long? That game? That's most of what I've heard about it. I know it's also Warhammer, right? Is it Warhammer? No, it's not. Jesus, never mind. It's not Warhammer. Wait, I don't think it's Warhammer? No, it's not Warhammer. I don't know why I thought it was Warhammer. Because I'm looking at it and like, there's a lion person. That is not Warhammer. Huh. 4 to 8 hours. Just what you want. Don't you think you were a little rough because Imperium? Yeah, that's fair. Only the better part of 4 hours? Or 36 hours. Better part of 36. Yeah, just... That's when you need a dedicated board game table. Or I guess like Tabletop Sim with a save function. Wait. Oh, wait. For a second, Orange, I misunderstood. I was thinking you were the KDM guy. More so like, okay, never mind. Fantasy Flight Games have some 40k stuff. Didn't they lose the license though? I think that was the company that lost the license, right? So it's like out of print. I'll get the game stuck there for weeks if it's used there. Yeah, if you want to play a board game though, you gotta play Twilight Imperium because it's already all set up. You want to be able to move on, right? Finish that game. Finish the game on the table. You gotta clean your plate. You gotta clean your game. You gotta finish the game. Or you can move on to the next course. Licenses don't stick around for forever, unfortunately. Nothing can be licensed in perpetuity. Unless, of course, you own the license. If you're able to just, like, buy the license, like, forever. Forever. Unless you're Harmony Gold and just dig your claws in. All I can think of is, Asher, are you gonna chain the doors? I invited you all to this cabin for one reason only, this family vacation. We are playing Twilight Imperium. I mean, now it's... They kind of relented a little bit, right? Harmony Gold, they have some sort of agreement. It was sort of a... That was a plan. If I ever actually won a lottery or something like that, if I found myself with more money I knew what to do with, it was kind of like, can I just buy Harmony Gold? I know it's also... Like, that would be it. Just, like, be able to free Macross. if there was the kind of thing where, like, you have to spend it on something kind of frivolous, it would be attempting to free Macross from Harmony Gold, however possible. Give them an offer they can't refuse. You play Twilight Imperium in this family? You can't date my daughter until you can beat me in Twilight Imperium. She's going to die a widow. Or not a widow, she's gonna die. Oh man, she's gonna die. A spinster. That's the word, spinster. Okay. I'm glad I was able to bust this out. I'm hoping to be able to do it at least once more. Maybe not on stream, probably off stream. Before the Kickstarter closes. Unless she pulls a Brave and is able to beat her own father at the game. To free herself from the bondage. that is that Manzate. Yep. Keep it in the family. Teach your daughter how to play Twilight Imperium. Okay. This is not the music I was expecting from Night Slayer. That was not the music I was expecting from Night Slayer. Damn. Next is Beast of Business. I am probably going to try a solo run myself, but I would not be opposed, depending on my schedule, like trying to schedule something in the next few weeks, especially because it's October. It's Halloween time nearly. It's not October, it's actually September. I'm so sorry. I am speeding through the seasons. It's not my fault. It actually is my fault, but it's, you know, time is just a construct. I would like to bust this out before the spooky season is over. Maybe on the server, we can get a group together to play it. Because it does support up to 5. I do kind of want to play Yomawari again. Player yellow, player green, player blue. Let's see. Is there anyone else who's streaming board games right now? Let me check. There's also, I mean, there are other board games that we could play that are horror themed. This is actually quite simple though to set up, especially if someone knows how the rules work. It's way more friendly, I feel like, than Evertell was. Oh, she's having her 3rd anniversary party? Elf to elf. I could see that. We might go into the elf. That elf. Okay. I was checking out some other stuff too. Yeah. As I said, there's I've not played Eldritch Horror, I don't think. I have Arkham Horror, but that would be a little ridiculous to bust out. What's her name, Azure? Assuming she. I'm sorry, it may not be a she. What's their name? I may already have heard of them. I don't. Wait, okay, yeah, I've heard of her. What is she playing? She's playing Dota! Oh, come on! What is Maple doing? Tree Spirit? Show me something when she's not playing Dota. Or, oh man, what's on the other? There's another one where I'm like not super into. That's not Dota. League, I think. Like, I don't think I've ever rated into someone doing Dota or League. Unless there's really nothing else on. Okay, we're gonna raid into Maple Winters, but first, real quick before that. It wasn't doing the thing it was supposed to do. Why did everything slow-mo? Why is everything slow-mo? Okay, no, everything's fine. That was weird. Why was it suddenly slow-mo? Okay. I don't have a finalized schedule, but I have something that could look like a finalized schedule. So, my plan, Monday, tomorrow, we're going to be watching Shiki in the Discord. On Wednesday, we should be continuing Castlevania. On Friday, probably Slayers again, since we didn't finish that second mission. Time-slowing enchantment. Yeah, that's why I tossed it off. It was kind of a maybe this is why. Maybe. I could also just be really unhappy that I've got a few programs open, but it's kind of a no way. I've run Tabletop Simulator and Photoshop at the same time. There's no way it's angry at me for that. I'm not doing anything else, like, extra crazy. Am I? I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Is it mad that I have too many tabs open? It might be mad that I have too many tabs open in Chrome. Huh. Okay. And on Sunday, I have a plan, but I have to double check. I intend to run a board game. Maybe. It may be a board game, it may be a hand cam. We will see. I have to do a test. And it is not this game. It's not going to be a repeat of Spooktacular. It's a different one. I do not have... I'm not that bad. I have, like... I have less than 30 tabs between 2 different browsers. And a lot of that is because of, like, talking about stuff like, hey, I have Fire Tower open. I have Fire Tower Picture open. I've got Kalatsu Barada Nikto open. I've got Bullet Heart open. Level 99 Games Store open. Kickstarter, Twilight Imperium, Tiefling, Crypt TV, Merman in my bathtub, and I have Fofi, and Maple. And some other stuff too. Yeah. I am not collecting tabs like that. It's not a lot. Have you seen people, as Azure said, like, can you see more than one? Hello, Daniel. Thank you for that. Thank you for the hits. I'm just about ending, though. I'm going to be sending you guys to Maple Winters. She is singing karaoke for her anniversary. She is a Canadian wood elf. She's got a maple leaf hair. She's really cute. And she's using her retro model today, it looks like, for singing. I don't know what song she's singing right now. It looks like it might be some sort of thing that is based on Nintendo games. Like, because I'm seeing like One Up Girl, Superstar, Let's Do the Odyssey. Is it like a Mario game? Spooktacular raid, I guess. If you want to do Spooktacular. Let me see. Popcorn. There's a popcorn emote. I don't have the popcorn emote. I do not have the popcorn emote. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Thank you, J Bush. Okay, thank you, Abby, for letting me know. Jump Up Superstar. I hope you guys have fun with Maple. If you're going to bed, have a good night. Bye.